Okay, welcome everyone. This is Carl Wolf, and today we will be playing Steins Gate Zero. Basically a sequel of a alternative timeline where things didn't work out in the first game, I think. I think that's what the premise is. There are some new characters added with this, and apparently it also adds this whole thing about artificial intelligence. Let's check it out. Yeah, her father tries to kill her. But then we tried to kill the father and accidentally killed her because she tried to save her father. (2010) 8/21. That's, I think, August, right? August, the 21st of August, 2010. The hatch opened. Bright light flooded my eyes. Where was I? My eyes narrowed. I could barely make out the summer's twilight sky. I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to disappear. But someone grabbed my arm and dragged me out. Wow, he's back already. It hasn't even been a minute, has it? Ocarine! I didn't have the energy to respond to my own nickname. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around myself. I forgot, technically if they're just saying the name, I let them say the name. Mayuri ran to me and looked down, her face worried. But her kindness felt like nothing but a nuisance. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. Wait, you're covered in blood. What happened? Dad, give me a towel and water. Oh, and clothes. Now. Huh? Can someone please tell me what's going on? Just do it. Now. Okay. Daru ran to the door that led back inside the building. Ocarine, are you okay? Hang in there. Don't die, please. It's fine. He's not hurt. Stop it. Just get away from me. Leave me alone. I couldn't save her. In fact, I killed her myself. Right here, 3 weeks ago. I killed her. I'm a murderer.
無駄だったんだ。何をやっても
It didn't work.
無駄だ。
No matter what we do, it's not going to work.
全部決まってしまっていること
It's
なん
all
だよ。
been decided already.
同じだ。マユリの時と
It's the same.
同じなんだ。
The same as it was with Mayuri.
どれだけもがいたって 結果
No
は
matter how hard I try,
同じにな
it'll
る
all end up the same. No matter how many times I try, it will all converge back to the same result. The process doesn't matter. Whether you time travel or time leap, you can't go back and change the results of the past. I thought I understood that cruel truth. But now, I was forced to realize it again, and in the worst possible way.
無駄だよ無駄なんだ
It's
何も
useless.
かも無駄なんだよ
Useless! It's all useless!
俺はやっぱりクリスを助けられな
I
いんだ
knew it. I can't save Kurisu. I knew
分かって
this.
た
I knew
分かっ
this.
てたんだ
I already knew this would
予
happen.
想してたんだもう疲れた
I'm
ず
so
っと休ん
tired.
でないんだ
I haven't rested in so long. I'm done.
もういいよ
おかりん、一体何が。
Ocarine, what happened? So this is supposed to be when we're. This is supposed to be when. I can't speak. This is supposed to be when we get a text from our future self.
俺が
I
俺が殺した
I killed her.
殺し
I
てしま
killed
っ
her.
た
I'm an idiot.
バカみたいだ
It's all my fault.
マキセ・クリスをさ、刺し殺しちゃったんだ。
Killed Kurisu Makise.
殺した？
Killed?
嘘。
That can't be true.
そんな。
It can't.
でも安心して。まだもう一
Don't
回
worry.
分タイムトラ
You've
ベ
got
ルが
enough
でき
for
る。
one more attempt.
ほっといてくれ
Just
俺
leave
の
me
ことなんか
alone. No matter how many
何度やったって。
times I try, it all ends up the
結果は同じ
same.
だ
何言ってんの？諦めるつもり？
What are you saying? Are you going to give up?
オカリンおじさんの肩には
Billions of lives depend on you,
何十
Uncle
億っていう人の命がかかってる
Ocarin.
んだよ。たった一回の失敗が何だって言うんだ。
Who cares if you fail once?
クリスはどうやったって助けられない
There's just no way to save Kurisu.
逆ら
You
えな
can't
い
stop the worldline convergence. That's the reality of this world. I learned that a long time ago.
こうなったら ビンタしてでも
I'll
気合
just
い
have
入れ
to
直
slap
し
some
て。
sense into him.
ダメだよ。
You
変
can't.
身するのはよくないよ。
It's not right to force him to do this.
こんなボロボロになってるオカリン。
I can't bear to see Ocarine like
で
this.
もさ、このままじゃ未来を変えられない。
If he doesn't, the future won't change.
どうして未来のことを
Why?
オカリン
Why
一
does
人に押し
Ocarine
付
have
け
to
る
change
の？
the future all by himself?
そんなの重すぎるよ。
That's too much for him to bear.
オカリンおじさんには
Because only Uncle Ocarin has the powers of an observer of the world.
オカリンが望んだわけじゃないのに。
Sorry, my mic arm blocks some of the words and I have to lean to look at it. Ocarine didn't want that.
それにもう一度やったって。
And I think even if he tried,
オカリンが
he'd
傷
just
つく
get
だ
hurt
けだっ
again.
て未来のことを人一人で変えようなんて。
It's impossible for one person to change the world all by himself.
だからそのためのシュタインズゲートで
And that's why Steins Gate is...
気持ちはわかるよ。
I know how you
でも
feel.
さ、
But I'm
私も
here
未
for the
来
sake
を
of
か
the
け
future.
てここまで来てるんだよね。どっちにしろ2036
I
年
can't
に
go
は
back
戻
to
れないんだ。
2036 either way.
そう
So
簡
I'm
単
not
に
going
諦
to
める
give up
つ
so
もりはない
easily.
から。オカリンおじさん、
Uncle
一つだけ
Ocarin,
忠告しとく。
I'll tell you one thing. This time machine has a finite amount of fuel. At first, I told you that it could only be used to go there and back twice. But there's actually a little more fuel than that. Even so, it can only travel about 344 days. Even if you do a one-way trip, less than a year from now, you won't be able to reach July 28th. Remember this. When that day comes, I'll go myself if I must. Someone was saying something to me, but I couldn't understand the words. I didn't want to listen to anything. I just wanted to sleep. Just let this all end. Just let me go.
Okari? Okari? Ne.
Okari! Hey! Ocarine! You don't have to push yourself so hard anymore, okay? It's okay to cry, Ocarine. Mayushi is here for you, okay, Ocarine? I don't know if Mayuri's words were the reason why, but the tears started to flow. I decided to forget everything. Ever since that day, I stopped going to the Future Gadget Lab. So our future self didn't call us. Is this like supposed to be our first iteration, maybe? Well, no, because Suzuha is here, so... November 23rd. I think it said 23, right? A UPX, the new symbol of Akihabara, was located right in front of the station. Yeah, 23rd. In the hall on the 4th floor, preparations had been going on all morning. See, the entire word of all is blocked by my microphone. Going on all morning for the ATF Akihabara Techno Forum Convention. Universities and labs from both inside and outside the country would work together to put on special seminars and symposiums at irregular intervals. Let me move over to the left. There we go. My school, Tokyo Denki University, was participating as part of its industry collaboration efforts. Students were required to attend these seminars and submit reports to their instructors. Otherwise, they wouldn't get credit for their related classes. In addition, I was supposed to help one of the lecturers, Associate Professor Izaki. I had just gotten a list from the reception desk at the shared lobby. I was waiting to check off the names of students who were coming to the lectures. Hello, Kai. Welcome in. Congrats on first, and thank you for your daily check-in. And I hope you are doing all right, Kai. Because it should be... I think it's the 24th hour now, isn't it? Yeah. In 8 minutes? Oh, okay. Yeah, Kai's streaming right now, and he's been streaming for over 23 hours, almost 24 hours. I had just gotten a list from the... Oh, I already read that. There was still some time before the seminar started, so the lobby was mostly empty. None of the students on the list were here yet. I was bored, but I couldn't do anything but wait. Sorry, these little pauses are me yawning. The old me never could have imagined doing anything like this. but impressing Izaki was part of my new goal in life. Victor Crondia University. Yes, that was my new goal. Izaki did a lot of joint research projects with them and knew a lot of the people there. The best first step to getting there my brain could come up with was being his assistant. Also, his convention was holding another seminar by Victor Crondia University, after the one held this summer. Of course, that interested me too. Summer. He thought about it. An image of her as she was then flashed through my mind. I was trying to get to Victor Crondia so that I could learn about the work that Kurisu Makise had been doing. I wanted to try to do it myself. Of course, I wasn't a genius like Kurisu. I knew there was no way I'd ever be able to do exactly what she did. But if I could do even 10% of it... Honestly, I'm amazed that I've recovered so well. I thought that to myself and chuckled, just as the voice called to me from across the lobby.
ちょっとそこの方
Excuse me.
Huh?
Here's a new character. I look up and saw a young girl approaching from the elevator hall. She was short and petite. Everything about her was small. Where are you looking? I could kind of make out a few of the curves that don't appear until after puberty. So at least she wasn't in elementary school, but... maybe middle school? For someone with such a cute face, she clearly didn't care about her appearance. Her hair wasn't styled and it flowed down her back. Even I could tell her clothes weren't very fashionable.
ごめんなさいスタッフルームって
Excuse
どこ
me,
かしら
where's the staff room?
ここは
This is the ATF
のセミナー
seminar?
会場だけど
Clearly not a place where a middle school girl belonged. She's older, isn't she? She'd probably just come to the wrong place.
そんなの分かっているわ
I know
何
that.
度同じ
How
話
many
を繰り
times am I
返
going
す
to
気
have
が
to
す
say
る
this?
いや今
Um,
初めて言ったんだけど
This is the first time you said it to me.
私にとってはあなたで
And you're the
4
fourth
回目
person I've said it to
この
since
場
I
所に
got
来てる
here.
ね
Irritated, she pulled a card out of her jacket. It was one of the IDs given out to invited guests. Her name and the name of her workplace were written on the front.
え
Brain Science Institute. So she's actually a student, right? Techno Forum. Or is that just saying that she's a guest here at that university? I guess so. Huh? Victor Crondia University, USA. Brain Science Institute.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学脳科学研究所
Victor Crondia University, USA. Brain Science Institute. I looked at the card, and then at her. Then back at the card. Then back at her. Something about Old Spice. I couldn't remember the rest of the joke. Then I looked at her again. I finally realized.
あそういうことか
So that's it.
そのカードどこに
Where
落
did
ち
you
てたん
find
だ
this card?
拾ってくれ
Thanks
た
for
んだ
bringing it back.
その話も4回目
I've
よ
done that 3 times already too. Hello, Saucy. Welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in. She sighed and showed me another card. Should have showed me that one in the first place. This one was a photo ID from Victor Crondia University.
え
Huh? What? It was the same ID I'd seen Kurisu holding before on another worldline. The photo on the card Yeah, that was definitely her.
ヒヤジョ真帆って読むの。
Hiajo? You should have showed me this card in the first place, especially if you already had to do this 3 times. Maho Hiajo.
私の名前、ヒヤジョ真帆。
That's my
漢
name.
字でもローマ字でも誰も読めた話じゃないから。先に言
I'll
っとこ
say it to you
う。
right now because nobody's ever been able to read it right. Not in Japanese or English.
えっと
Well, I can barely say it as is.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学の中学生
And you're from Victor Krondia University Middle School? Can you let that go?
寝ぼけるなら夜にして。
Stop messing
大学
around.
に中学生がいるわけな
Universities
いでしょ。
don't have middle schools.
それもそうだ
That's
じゃあ
true.
飛び級か
Then you skipped a bunch of grades? You have a petite friend. I know she's well endowed, but you have a petite friend who looks younger. Unlike in Japan, it wasn't uncommon for Americans to skip grades. Kurisu had made it to university at age 17. But still, a girl this young working in a university lab?
一つ確認していいかしら。
Can you just tell him your age? Can I ask you something?
お
Sure.
あなた今、少なからず衝撃を
You're
受けてるわ
feeling
よ。
pretty shocked right now, right?
こんな小さい子が
Let me
信
guess.
じられない。
A small child like this? I can't believe it, right?
それとも、こ
Or
の
are
年
you one
齢
of
です
those-
ごい。
She must be amazing to be able to do that at her age types.
あ
She got me.
高校をよく見なさい。
Look here, closely. (1889) I was 20, so she's 21. She's 21 years old. The girl, Maho Hiajo, pointed to part of the ID with her slender fingers. She was born in 1989, and it was 2010, so
21
You're-
歳
21 years old?
つまり立派な成
In
人
other
女性よ。
words, I'm an adult
中学
woman,
生じゃないのに。
I'm
も
not
ちろ
in
ん
middle
小学
school,
生でも幼稚園
and
児
of
でも
course, not in elementary school or daycare either. And then she puffed out her chest. Why? There wasn't much to see, but I could imagine her saying, "They look bigger when I'm not wearing clothes. They're huge." Sure.
お
何かしらその顔は。
What's that look supposed to mean?
あいや
Oh,
悪か
no.
った
Sorry.
謝る
I apologize. I couldn't believe it. She was older than me. If Doru was here, he'd be dancing around screaming, "Legal lolly for the win." I mean, pretty much. I'm not into kids. I'm not into little girls. I am into petite women, though. Women, not kids, women. I am into her.
まあいいわ。世界中どこへ行っても同じ目に遭ってるから。
It doesn't matter, I guess. I get the same thing all around the world, no matter where I go.
うんそうだろうな
Yeah, I'm sure.
何か言った？
Did you say something?
あいや別に
No, I didn't. Still, the Brain Science Institute? That's where Kurisu worked. Which means this kid, no, this person, yeah, stop insulting her, please, might know a lot about Kurisu. I held back the impulse to start badgering her with questions. I looked at the pamphlet with the seminar schedules. Victor Krondia's lecture was the last one for the day. It was clearly intended to be the biggest. Was this Maho Hiajo girl going to give a lecture? Just like Kurisu had done at the summer convention. No, Wait, that's wrong. That never happened. Kurisu Makise never gave any lectures over the summer. That happened in the Alpha Worldline. In the Worldline I inhabited now, before the summer convention, she'd already...
君が今日は登壇を
Are you giving the lecture today?
いいえ、私は助手として来たの。
I'm here as an
あ
assistant.
と通訳も
Oh,
兼ねてね。
and translator too. I looked at the pamphlet again and saw that the lecturer was a man named Alexis Leskinen. Alexis Leskinen. A professor at Victor Karandia University and the chief researcher of the Brain Science Institute.
テーマは人工知能革命か
The topic is the artificial intelligence
面
revolution.
白そうだ
Huh. Yeah. Sounds interesting.
時間があったらぜひ聞いてみてほしい
If
わ
you've
ね。
got the time, I'd love for you to come listen. Hello, Shoujo. Welcome in. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for your daily check-in.
そうするよ
I will.
あスタッフルームだったよな
The staff room, right? I led Maho over to the elevator hall and showed her where the staff room was.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I had no reason to hang around her any further. I said goodbye and was just about to turn around. Let me grab a new bottle of water. Gotta make sure I drink regularly, because this is just a lot of reading. If this is anything like the first game, which I assume it will be, it's gonna be a ton of reading. The Steins Gate series is kind of hardcore visual novel than anything else. Just then, the elevator opened. A woman emerged. The instant I saw her face, every hair on my body stood on end. Is it Suzu? Because it can't be Kurisu. Oh, it's you. She was one of, like, best girls visually in the last game. I don't know about her new look. Moeka, Kiryu. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Calm down. This is the Beta Worldline. Mayuri is still alive. Moeka's not going to kill her. Our eyes met. The eyes on the other side of her glasses were as dead as ever. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. I frantically averted my gaze before she realized something was wrong. She tilted her head for a second, but quickly lost interest in me and turned toward Maho. Oh god. The voice I gave her. I think it was like,
ああ、
oh,
雑誌社の方
you're
で
with
し
the
たよね。
magazine, right?
お約束通り
I'm
取
here
材を。
about that interview. Even in this world line, Moeka still only spoke in faint whispers.
レスキネン教授はまだなんです。少しお待たせしてしまいますけど。
Dr. Leskinen isn't here yet. It may be a minute.
はい。
Okay.
それまで私でよければシステム
If you
の概要
want,
でも
I can go over the system until he gets here.
お願いします。
Thank you. The two of them disappeared into the staff room. As I watched them leave, I took a deep breath. I tried to calm down, but it wasn't working.
桐生萌かもしかして
Moeka Kiryu,
また
is it going to be you again? It was a terrible feeling, like a cold finger tracing the wounds in my heart. That night, when the terrorist threat shut down all the trains in Akihabara, That awful night, when I just knew something was going to happen.
ここでもまたお前が
Are you going to do it again, here? Or was I just imagining things? Was she just a magazine reporter now, instead of a Saren rounder? No. Even if Moeka was a rounder, we had nothing to do with Saren anymore. Saren wouldn't be watching us. I took another deep breath, grabbed some of the anxiety meds in my pocket, and swallowed them down with some mineral water I'd bought ahead of time. It would take 15 minutes for them to kick in. Those 15 minutes were always pretty rough. I laughed at myself a little and sat down on one of the reception desk's chairs. Is that Moeka? The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. Oh, no, it's just the symbol of the app, apparently. Do-do-do! Ocarine, are things going okay with Mr. Seminar? Yeah, no problem. Oh, hi, I right-clicked. I probably should have saved before the message. Okay, well, I'll just save it, I guess. I see. That's great. I can't wait to see what kind of seminar it will be. Ayushi wishes she could have seen it too. It may be a little hard for you to follow. Dot, dot, dot. How does she have a sticker of herself? Apparently you can get stickers of yourself. That's cool. You're right. Okay. I don't want to get in your way. Bye. Ooh. Do I get an achievement for that? Nope, I do not. You did in the first game. Think strange. I kind of like this one. I like this one, which is the default. This one's kind of cool. I'm sure my sister would pick one of the frogs, because she loves frogs and toads. Let's go with this one for now. Oh. Oh, you just have to hover over them. It kind of adds, like, suspense, like something's about to go down. Didn't I pick this one in the first game? I think it's either easygoingness or precaution. Let's go with precaution. It definitely stands out. How do I get out of this? Oh, okay. I can right-click. So if I right-click here... Oh, no, never mind. Can I... Luca! Iamane? Wait, who? Who was that again? I think I recognize the name, but who was that again? I forget. There's Ferris, Suzu, Luca, Daru. Can't call anyone. Yuki. Who was Yuki again? I forget. Okay. The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. My eyes wandered to one of the pamphlets. Nakabachi theory and the genealogy of pseudoscience. This pamphlet was for Professor Izaki's seminar. Nakabachi theory. The paper he announced in Russia. That paper held the key to creating a real time machine. On that day, July 28th, Nakabachi had stolen the paper from Kurisu, his own daughter, and left with it. I knew that. Only Nakabachi and I knew that. I flipped through the pamphlet. It was a brief introduction to many forms of pseudoscience and fake scientific discoveries that had emerged since the start of the 20th century. On its own, it did make for interesting reading. And at the end of the pamphlet, Nakabachi theory was introduced as nothing more than another entry in that long list of fakes. Well, you're wrong. So Dr. Nakabachi's time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. Oh, you didn't know? This is actually the sequel game. And welcome in, Heffy, and sorry about yesterday, I did notice the raid. I had to reset the my playlists from the browser, and I forgot to minimize my browser, so it was covering up my OBS and chat. But welcome in, Heffy, I hope you're doing good today. Yeah, like 3 minutes later, I suddenly realized, wait, I haven't been looking at my chat, and my browser was up. And that's when I noticed. But yeah, Steins Gate doesn't just have a game. Steins Gate is a game. The game was the first thing. Then came the anime and the light novels. So Steins Gate actually started as a game. And today I'm playing Steins Gate 0, a kind of sequel of an alternative timeline. Because the true ending of the first one was where he does save everyone, including Kurisu. This one is where Kurisu is dead. He reaches that point and then doesn't get called by his future self and just continues on with his life. Yep, nope, this is not one of those. It's usually an anime first, but this is not one of those. Yeah, I've seen lots of chatters not realize there was a game. And even more so, not realize the game was the original. There's actually multiple games, because there's also Steins Gate My Darling's Embrace, and there's some side stories of the other characters. I'll be playing those eventually as well. So Dr. Nakabachi's time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. All the glory, fame, and power he'd wanted so badly that he was willing to get rid of his own daughter, he didn't get any of it. Not yet. And I'd heard rumors that after the announcement, he'd been in prison in a Russian lab. To make it even funnier, he thought he was getting VIP treatment. For a short time, there were essays and interviews in bogus academic journals. Even there, it was obvious it had all gone to his head. The ironic thing was that Nakabachi's theory was completely correct and completely revolutionary. The Russian government was worried about it leaking, and the SVR was doing everything it could to keep it under wraps. But under the surface, there was a full-scale information war beginning over the paper. The time traveler from 2036, John Titor, had told me so, which meant it had to be true. Was World War III really going to happen? There was no point in thinking about it. Just a little more before the drugs kicked in. I closed my eyes. Several hours later, the convention was going well. After Professor Izaki's seminar, most of the students from my university went home, but I killed some time and came back. Let me drink some water. I wanted to hear the Victor Crondia lecture. I headed to the hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho Hiajo coming from the staff room. She was with a very tall foreigner. Was that Alexis Leskinen? It didn't seem like an American name, but maybe he was an immigrant like Harisu, or at least descended from one. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the looks on their faces were so serious that I couldn't help but listen. Since they were both speaking in English, I could barely make out any of it, but I could tell from their voices that it wasn't a pleasant chat. Wait, did I just hear the word makise? I hated the fact that I couldn't speak English. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have gone to an English school. The two of them walked into the waiting room for lecturers. It was located right next to the UPX theater. I put together the few fragments I was able to understand. Fire at Kurisu's house. Mrs. Makise is all right. Robbery. The police called off the investigation. Why was the FBI there? It doesn't make sense. So, her mother. I think that's what they were saying. Kurisu's house? Do they mean where she lived in America? Her mother should still live in America. Is that where the fire was? And then words like robbery and the investigation was called off. I really wanted to know more. I stood there and worried until it was time for the lecture to begin. With nothing else to do, I went inside the theater. I could tell earlier by looking at the size of the crowds going inside, but it was a very high-energy crowd. The atmosphere was clearly different than Izaki's seminar, which was mostly students there for credit. The place was nearly full with a crowd of scientists and people who wanted to learn about cutting-edge technology. Victor Crondia... I feel like I'm not saying it right, but Condria researchers had published a slate of papers in Science recently, and had gotten a lot of media attention. Maybe that was why. Were there any empty seats? I see lots of them. At least from this art. I found a single open seat at the edge. I see a lot more than that. I found a single empty seat at the edge. You just said that. But when I looked at who was sitting next to it, I moaned. Okay, it's either Moeka. It's gotta be Moeka because the other one's an assistant, so she's up on the platform. Yep. You again? Moeka Kiryu was there. She was speaking to no one, just typing endlessly into her phone. I'd once named her Shining Finger because of her incredible typing speed. She was as fast as ever. Who was she talking to? I didn't even want to imagine. I quickly turned away and looked for another seat. Dr. Leskinen reached the podium almost at the exact instant I sat down. Hey, there she is. Let's see. She is pretty short, but he also might be a bit tall. Actually, no, we did say he was tall. There was a huge wave of applause. But when they saw the tiny little girl come up next to him, the applause faded into confused murmurs. Maho must have expected this. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she stood next to the professor. In fact, when she took the microphone from the professor and looked around the theater, she looked like she belonged there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I don't have to read that. All right, she did say she had to translate. First, Dr. Leskinen began to speak in English. When he made eye contact with Maho, she began to interpret.
Thank you for attending.
皆さん、本日は私のセミナー
Everyone,
に集まってくださっ
thank
て
you for
感謝
coming
し
to
ま
my
す。
seminar.
I am Alexis Leskinen.
Victor Kondria 大学
My name is Alexis Leskinen, and I'm with Victor Kondria University's Brain Science Institute.
脳信号処
My
理システム
specialty is brain
およ
signal
び人工
processing
知能
systems
理論になり
and
ます
artificial intelligence theory. I like how she's translating him just so I can translate her back. So she's speaking over him as I speak over her.
そして私は助手のヒアジョ真帆です
And I am his assistant,
同
Maho
じく脳科
Hiajo,
学研究所で教
also
授
a
の指導
researcher
に
at the
沿って研
Institute,
究をしてい
working
ま
under
す
the professor.
よろしく
I'm glad to meet you all. Can you repeat that, by the way? Let me get a real... Oh, wait, no. Hang on. The audience started murmuring again. And now you can repeat it.
そして私は助手のヒアジョ真帆です
Hiajo.
そして私は助手のヒアジョ真帆です
Hiajo.
そして
Hiajo.
私は
Hiajo.
助手のヒアジョ
I'm saying the best that I can with my accent. Is what it is. That was the same way I responded when I met her. Oh. I see a best viewers comment. Let me ban it. There we go. Well, that'll happen, yeah.
Now, without further ado,
では
I'd
早
like to
速ですが
introduce
I'd like to get right into it by
私たちの最先端
introducing some of the
研究の
cutting-edge
ご紹介します
research we're doing.
I know today's theme is
テーマは
revolution in
人工知
The
能
topic we're discussing today is the
こ
artificial
れからデ
intelligence
モンストレーショ
revolution.
ンするシステム
But I think the system we're going to demonstrate today goes beyond anything you've ever imagined. Dr. Leskinen stood in front of the laptop that had been placed on the podium and started to type.
This terminal here is connected to
この
one
パソコ
of
ン
the
ですが
supercomputers.
This computer is linked to one of the supercomputers in our labs.
されていますあまだプロジェ
Oh,
クターには映さ
don't
ない
turn on the projector just yet. One of the staffers was about to display the laptop screen on the front projector. Some kind of important program must have been booting up, because Maho Hiajo stopped them.
Sorry, this is all
すみ
still
ま
in
せん
development.
まだ開発途中なん
Sorry,
です
this stuff isn't complete
非
yet.
常に美的
The
センス
screen's
のない
filled
プロ
with
グラムが
programs that
画面
aren't
いっぱ
very
いに
pretty to
溢
look
れ返
at.
っています
Or he forgot to close some tabs, wink wink.
Honestly, I'm a
こんな
little
チープな
embarrassed
プログラ
by
ムを
all
見
this.
られるのは
I'd rather
恥
let
ず
you
かし
see
い
me naked than let you see these lousy programs.
Any engineers out there?
この中にエンジニアの方がいるなら
How are you gonna make a little
理
girl
解
say
し
that?
ていただけますよね
I kid. At least everyone thinks she's a little girl and you make her say that. Okay, welcome in. Thank you for your daily check-in. If there are any engineers in the audience today, you know what I'm talking about, right? Some of the audience got the professor's joke and laughed.
Anyway, while this finishes,
起動するまでの間
I'll give you a quick
こ
update.
の
While
シ
it's
ステム
booting
全
up,
体
I'll
の
go
概
over the
略を
basic
説明
idea
し
of
ま
the
しょう
system. There was another projector in the center of the stage. A diagram appeared on its screen. And at the top of the diagram was a Japanese translation for the general audience. Now translate it back for me. An analysis of neural pulse signals relating to memories stored in the temporal lobe. Oh god, the big giant science words. I struggled so much in the first game. I knew that title well. In fact, I was sure I could never forget it. It was the title of an essay written by a 17-year-old genius and published in Science. Kurisu. She had completely analyzed the nerve impulse patterns that govern human memory and used that to digitize the memories themselves into data. And she had used that to invent the time leap machine right in front of my eyes. Though, none of that had actually happened anymore.
We've actually been featured in a
STEINS 誌に掲載されたので、
This paper appeared in Science, so I'm sure some of you have seen it before.
It was proposed by a very talented
これは
Japanese member of our team.
私たちの
This
チーム
theory
にい
was
た
proposed and
天才
finalized
的
by a
な
brilliant
日本人
Japanese
研
member of
究
our
者によ
team.
って提唱。
Human memories are stored
人
in
間の
the
記憶は
cerebral cortex.
Human memories are stored in the cerebral cortex,
即答用に記
particularly
録され
the
ます
temporal lobe.
いわゆる
They're a lot like
フラッ
flash
シュメ
memory,
モリみたいなもの。
The part of the temporal lobe
そのメモリに記憶を書き込ん
the
だり
part of the brain that
読み出
reads
した
and
り
writes
する
this
のが
flash memory is called
即
the
答用にある
hippocampal
海馬傍
gyrus.
回という部位になります。
No, gyrus. Dr. Leskinen pointed to the diagrams of the brain and hippocampus on the screen.
The brain works by transmitting
脳は
electrical signals
ニ
between
ューロン
cells
と呼ばれる
called
細
neurons.
胞
The
の
brain
間を
functions by sending
電気
electrical
信号が
signals
伝わ
between
っていく
cells
こと
called
で働いて
neurons.
います。
What we call memories are
記
just
憶
those
というのも
electrical signals
実は
Memories are
こういった
actually
電
just the
気信号
transmission
の
of these
伝わりの
electrical
一つなの
signals,
です。
and it's the
その
hippocampal
働
gyrus
きを
that
制御
controls
してい
them.
るのが
In other words,
つま
electrical
り
signals passing
電
through
気
the
信号が
hippocampus
In
海
other
馬
words,
傍回を
memories
電
are
気する
created
こ
by
とで
passing electrical signals in and out of the hippocampal gyrus.
that was a foundation for
そこで
personal memories.
マキセ・クリスは
So, Kurisu Makise,
この
the
論文を書い
Japanese
た日
scientist
本
who
人
wrote
研
this
究者
paper,
です。
And excuse me, I mean, Ms. Makise,
Um,
one of our
Makise
Miss
researchers.
Makise came up with an idea.
You see here, electrical signals, signal patterns, there's
海馬傍
patterns.
回を通る
Why
電
is
気
she
信
struggling?
号が
Uh,
電気信号のパタ
electrical
ー
signals,
ン
signal
と大脳
patterns,
皮質の
the cerebral cortex. Maho started to have trouble with her interpreting. She was getting confused. Same. No matter how good you were with languages, interpreting for a long period of time had to be difficult. I'd once read an article on the internet that said even a professional can't do it for more than 20 minutes. International conferences and live broadcasts from overseas were actually handled by a team of people switching off. Oh, interesting. I get that. Even when you're not translating, but just reading something out loud for hours, it becomes rough. So it makes sense that also trying to translate at the same time. Or maybe, was she having trouble because Karisu's name came up? Dr. Leskinen saw that she was having trouble and cut himself off.
すみません。
I'm sorry,
Ms. Makise, focus on the patterns
Makise
entering and
研究員は
exiting the
Miss
hippocampus.
Makise, focus on the pattern of electrical signals going in and out of the hippocampal gyrus.
By analyzing those patterns,
そのパタ
she was
ーン
able
が
to gather data on which
大脳
By
皮質の
analyzing the
ど
pattern,
の
she
記
was
憶
able
と
to
対
get
応して
complete
いる
data
の
on
か
which memory in the
解析を
cerebral
行っ
cortex
て
it
完
corresponded
全
to.
なデータを得たのです。
This data allows her to
これ
take
に
the
よって
analog memory signals
記憶という曖昧
See,
で
I'm
アナ
also
ログ
struggling
な
to
も
pronounce
の
some
を
of these words that I'm not
電
used
気
to
信号
pronouncing
のパターン
while
の組
doing
み合
a
わせとい
voice.
うデジタルのものに変換する基礎理論が確立され
This
たので
created
す
the。basic theory that lets us take the vague analog thing we call memories and turn it into a digital combination of electrical signals.
Ms. Makise published her
これ
research
が
Let me drink some
in
water.
journals.
サイエンス誌に掲載された彼女の論文です。
The result was her paper, which appeared in Science.
And now, based on her theory,
そして現
our
在
team has developed
And right now,
私たちの
our team is
チーム
using
は
that theory to create a system to turn a person's memories
人
into
間
digital
の記
data.
憶をデジタルデータとして取得す
A
る
wave
シス
of
テムを
whis-
開発しています。
A wave of whispers swept across the theater.
in other words,
それはすなわち
Which means
This system allows human memories
人間
to
の
be
記
stored
憶を
and
コン
accessed.
we
ピュ
can
ータ
store
ー
and
に保存
access a
し
human's memories on a
それを
computer.
活用するシステムということになります。
The whispers turned into a low roar. I see. So even after her death, Karisu's research was being carried on. Of course. Maybe it was natural that it would be. That was the basic theory for time leaping, which I had proved myself, even if I could never prove it to anyone else in the Alpha worldline. My memories had been turned into data and stored on a computer. There was no doubt about that. And what Dr. Leskinen was talking about right now was the basic technology required for that process.
At present, we are
現
attempting
在
to apply this
私たちが行ってい
There are
る
two
プロジ
major
ェクトは
projects we're working on
主
right
に
now.
2つです。
One uses this system for
一つは
medical
医
applications.
療分野への応用
So
です。
Soma. The slide on the projector changed.
For this application, we've
こち
been
らは
cooperating with
精神
This
生理学
project
研
is a
究所
joint
と
effort
共
with
同
the
で行っているプロジェクトです。
Psychophysiology lab.
by passing data from a computer
コンピューターに保存した記憶データを
The idea is to use the hippocampal gyrus to put the memories stored on a computer back into the brain.
という
Incredible!
Don't have to say that. Someone who looked like a grad student in the front row shouted. Dr. Leskinen didn't seem particularly put off by the interruption. Maho continued her interpretation.
You don't believe it? I know how you feel.
信じがた
I've
い
been thinking
で
the
す
same
か。
thing if I were you.
Incredible,
その
huh?
気持ちは理
I
解
can
できま
understand
す
how。you feel.
私も
I would feel the same way
皆
in
さ
your
んの立
position.
場であれば、
But let me just ask you,
しかし
can you image
この
the
研
But we
究
feel
に
this
私
research
たち
is
は手
making
応え
real
を感じて
progress.
います。
How wonderful would it
こ
be
れ
if we
が
could make
実
this
用化
work?
できれば、どんなに
I
素
heard
晴
him
らし
say,
いこ
let
と
me
で
just
しょう。
ask you.
we could treat memory loss
例えば、
independently or
老化による記憶障害、
One example would be memory problems caused by aging or Alzheimer's.
そう
This
した
would be a
ものへ
form
の
of
対処療法が
symptomatic
期待
therapy.
できます。
anyone's memories could be
患者の記憶をデータとして
We
自動
could
的にバックア
automatically
ップ
back
して
up
い
the
くので
patient's
す。
memories as data.
even if a memory is lost
記憶が失われたとして
Even
も、
if the patient loses
そ
their
の都
memories,
度 PC
they
に
could
アク
just
セ
go to
ス
their
し、
PC and
脳
reinstall
内
them.
にデータを再インストールする。
we could halt the progress of
それ
senility
によっ
and
て
dementia.
忘却
We
の
think
進
this
行を
would be a
食い
way
止
to
め
stop
られるの
memory
ではない
loss.
か。
Eventually, it would be
最終的には
In the end, we hope to make memory data stored on your PC constantly accessible via the hippocampal gyrus. See, we have a habit of like remembering that we forgot something, but not remembering what it was we forgot, which is so weird. Imagine just every time you feel like you forgot something, you just go to the computer. Oh, that's what I forgot, my keys. Right.
So if the blame were to loss, you
そう
would
すれ
Just
ば
every little thing.
脳機能が失われた状態、
This would mean that if the brain functionality was
脳が
lost,
激し
for
く損
example,
傷したり
if the brain was
萎
badly
縮してし
damaged
ま
or
った場合な
atrophied,
どですが、
the system would essentially
そのような状態でも
brain
変
functionality
わら
could
ず
still
脳
be
機能を維
maintained.
持できます。
think of it like an
あたか
external
も
hard drive.
外部
It
ス
would
ト
be
レー
like
ジ
a
と
form
同
of
じよう
external
に
storage. A strange feeling gripped the hall. Sorry, I had to yawn. Part of it was shock and the feeling that they were witnessing the announcement of an incredible technology. Part of it was skepticism that a system like this could ever actually work. Part of it was revulsion at the idea of playing around with a human brain like that. An excitement born of all these things passed from one member of the crowd to another. Dr. Leskinen raised his hand to encourage questioners.
I'm seeing some of you have questions.
どうやら2つ目のプロジェクトをお
It
話
looks
しす
like I
る前
need
に
to
質
take questions before we
問
move
を
on
受け
to
付
the
けないと
next
いけない
project.
ようですね。
I'll answer as many as I can. Go ahead.
できる範囲でお答えしま
I'll
す。
answer anything I
どうぞ。
can. Go ahead. Many hands were raised. I could tell that there was a wide age range of people interested. Both young and old were raising their hands. Dr. Leskinen pointed to a questionnaire. This was the first question. Sampling would be required when digitizing analog memories. Does that mean any information would be lost? The professor nodded as he listened to the question in Japanese and began to respond in English when the speaker finished. Maybe he was able to understand Japanese, if not speak it. Yeah, sometimes people at least try to do that.
Let me reflect.
その質問を言い換えると
To put your question another way,
You're talking about attempting to
オーケストラの生演奏を
you're saying that when you're saving a live recording of an orchestra as a WAV file, it's impossible to record everything.
That's certainly a concern.
確かにその
That's a
懸
good
念はあります
question, and it's one of the biggest problems facing our research right now.
Now, if the intercerebral network
脳内のネットワークが
If the network within the brain consisted simply of neurotransmitters turning on and off,
つまり
that is,
二進数
exchanging
的に
binary
データの
data,
やり取りを
the
している
problem
の
would
で
be
あれば
simple.
After all, that's
そ
how
れ
our
は
computer deals
デジタル
with
デ
data.
That
ータ
would
と
be
同じ
the
こと
exact
だ
same
から
thing
で
as a
す
computer's digital data.
Unfortunately, intercerebral
しかし実際には
signals are
But we know that neurotransmitters and electrical signals
脳
form
内
an
でアナロ
analog
グ的
network
に
within
変
the
化する
brain.
ことが
So at present, the best
この
solution
問題
is
に関しては
The only way we have to deal with this problem right
よ
now
り
is to
高い
sample at a
サンプリ
higher
ングレー
rate.
トでデータを
in musical teams you could
音
say
楽の話で言えば
something at
To continue our music example, instead of sampling at 44.1,
48kHz
is better than
what's the
48kHz
K?
よりも
I know it's hertz.
96kHz でサンプリングするといった具合です。
I forget what the K is. Oh well. We'd sample at 48 hertz, and instead of 48, we'd use 96.
It's still digital data, of course,
それによっ
but
て
the information we
デジタルでありながら
This allows us to recreate something very close to the original analog data digitally. Little by little, the mood in the room was turning to disappointment. People were beginning to wonder if this was just a pretty theory that wouldn't work in reality. It works. More questions came. All of the questioners were skeptical of the professor's theory, and many of them seemed to be outright challenging him. Well, I mean, that's good. You should be trying to poke holes in it, and if you can't... I started to get upset. This was Dr. Leskinen's research, but it was also Kurisu's. I knew better than anyone that it worked, and the sight of so many people refusing to give it a chance infuriated me. Were these people really scientists? Yes. Yes, they are. They have to try to scrutinize it and see if it holds up. Plus, every scientist will have his own way of thinking. He has his own brain. Her own brain. They have different ways on how they see everything. Different strengths. I tried to keep myself under control and look back towards the podium. I just looked over at my chat and saw that Frosty said, "Attention lab mems." Oh, that hits the feels. Because we haven't said lab mems yet so far in this game. Was she mad? She certainly looked disappointed. Dr. Leskinen was very polite with the rude questioners, acknowledging the problems with the theory. She was very different. Her anger was starting to seep into her interpreting too. I felt a kind of kinship with her. The question and answer session continued. From a medical standpoint, this is just reckless. It's absolutely impossible to rewrite digital data back into the brain. It's insane. It's not, actually. Well, at least not in this world. I read the essay in Science, and I have to say, I don't believe it. Especially since the lead author was a 17-year-old girl. That was the one thing I couldn't ignore.
あなたね
Listen. Objection.
あ
That face. And here he goes again, always interrupting conventions like this. Always interrupting the speakers. At least this was at an audience member and not the speaker. What? The two people on the stage and the entire audience all turned toward me at once. How do you know it won't work when you haven't even tried? The world's full of technologies that people never thought would work. But they exist now because people overcame those problems. Criticism alone doesn't help anything. The whole theater went silent. But I didn't regret standing up.
あなた
You. On the stage, Mao Hiajo was staring at me in shock. And as for Dr. Leskinen, I saw a flash of white teeth as our eyes met.
Awesome. He's really something.
Well, I don't have to repeat that. Also, the way he spoke that, I'm guessing he's a Japanese voice actor? He started to applaud. Huh? What? Why was he applauding? That just makes things embarrassing.
素晴らしい。彼はなかなか大したやつ
Just
だ。
gonna translate that.
ですって。
Awesome. He's really something, the professor says. Maho translated the professor's words for me to hear.
Nonetheless, a scientist must
ただ
always
し、
remain composed.
科学者たるもの
But a
常に冷
scientist must
静で
remain
なけれ
calm
ば
at
い
all
けない。
times. That includes you.
The only time when it is
大声で
possible
怒
to
鳴って
shout
いい
is
のは、
when you are
The
実
only
験
time
が
when you're
成
allowed
功
to
した
yell
時の
is when your experiment succeeds and you say,
We did it!
We did it!
We did it.
And that should be enough.
それだけで十分。
Also, why did she translate
That's all this,
No,
yo.
she didn't even translate it. She just repeated it. That's all you need, he says.
すみません。
Oh, I'm sorry. I lowered my head and sat down. Well, to be fair, we did do it. Or at least Kurisu did. That's why we shouted. I thought I was calm, but I guess I let my emotions get away from me. I hadn't grown up at all in the past 6 months. If Kurisu was here, she'd make fun of me again. I could feel the rest of the audience staring at me coldly. It hurt. If I could have left, I would have wanted to. But I was too interested in hearing the rest of Dr. Leskinen's talk to move.
And anyway, moving on.
それでは皆さん、
Alright, everyone,
そろそろ
moving
次
on.
に。
Oh, first, a round of applause,
でも、
please, for
そ
our
の前
brave
に
But
members.
first,
勇敢な
how about a round of
彼に
applause
拍手
for
を
our
お願い
brave
しま
audience
す。
member? Oh god, don't make it worse. Stop it. Stop it. Oh no. Please. No.
Men like him are what
彼
drive
のような
scientific
挑戦
progress
者こそが
and enact the
科学を
core
進歩させ
Challengers like him are the ones who advance science and come up with the really amazing theories. Oh, were you talking about the other one? You said challenger.
He may even become the third
彼なら
Einstein.
きっと第三のアインシュタインにな
He
れ
may
るか
be
もしれ
capable
ま
of
せん
becoming the
ね。
third Einstein.
The second Einstein, of course,
ち
would
な
be
み
my
に
slightly
第二のアイン
By
シ
the
ュタ
way,
インは
the second
ここ
Einstein
にいる
is
ちょ
my
っと
little
超える
assistant
さい
here.
私の助手。
So, Maho,
変なこと言うのはやめてください、教授。
stop messing around, Professor. The audience chuckled. Sheesh.
さて、ここで
Now-
私
now
は
then,
しばらく通
I'm
訳
gonna take a
をお
break
休み
from
させていた
interpreting.
だきます。これから私より
The
も
next
優秀
interpreter
な
is
通
far
訳
better
が
than I
登場
am.
します。これが私た
This
ち
is
の
our
チーム
second
が
project and the one we're
今
putting most
最
of
も
our
力を入れ
efforts
ている
toward.
2つ目のプロジェクト。アマデウスシステムです。
Why is it her? Wait, say that again?
Amadeus システムです。Amadeus システムです。
Amadeus? She said Amadeus?
Amadeus システムです。
Amadeus? Amadeus? The Amadeus system. When she finished speaking, Maho walked to the back of the stage. At Dr. Leskinen's signal, the PC screen was displayed on the projector. And then I heard a voice.
初めてお目にかかります。
Nice to meet you, everyone.
あ
The murmuring got louder than before, but it felt more uncertain than surprise. So an AI version of her was made? On the screen, I could see a detailed 3D model of Maho, the girl who had just been interpreting.
ちなみにこれは映画などで有名なドリンク
By the
ワー
way,
クススタジオに
this
作
model
成し
was
てもら
made
っ
by
た
the
モデルで
famous
す。
Drinkworks studio. You've probably seen their movies. Mao Hiajo chimed in from the back of the stage.
声については私のボイス
The
サンプルを
voice was
デー
done
タ
by
ベ
a
ースに
Japanese
して
company,
日本の
Yamana,
山田
using
が
my
作って
voice
くれました。
samples. This was CG? It sure looked real to me. The professor said something into the laptop's microphone. And then the 3D model of Maho, Hiajo, on the screen opened its mouth.
私は比谷城真帆です。正確に言う
I'm
なら
Maho Mihajo.
78
To be precise, I'm a being based on the Maho Mihajo who existed 78 hours and 22 minutes ago. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear something. Oh. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear something slightly off. But it sounded far more human than any artificial voice I'd ever heard.
先ほどから皆さんの
I've been listening to your questions,
教授はどうして私を
and I was wondering why the professor didn't introduce me earlier.
以前から感じていましたが
I've thought for a while that the professor has a bit of a mean streak in him.
全くだわ。
You've got that right. The Mao Hiajo on the screen spoke with a slightly irritated expression. Did she? She doesn't look irritated. And the Mao Hiajo by the wall nodded in agreement, of course. Dr. Leskinen simply smiled. Is it? Nah, whatever. What was going on here? What part of this was their biggest project? The rest of the audience didn't seem to have any more of a clue than I did.
皆さんの多くは疑問に思っています。
And many of you are wondering
人間の記憶をデータ
whether
と
it's
して
possible to
取り出した
extract a
り
human's memories as data, save them, and use them.
そんなことが本当に
You're
可能
wondering if
なの
that's really something we can do.
それでは
So I'll put this question to you.
私は一体何でしょうか
If not, what am I?
私は
People assume you're recording, but you're not.
23分前の比谷城真帆の脳内から取り出された記憶を持ち
I am based off data that was extracted from Maho Hiajo's brain 78 hours and 23 minutes ago. What did she just say? The professor said something else in rapid English and asked the Maho on the screen to translate it. Wait, are you going to translate now? But she, if she was the right word, hesitated and went silent. I looked at the real Maho, and she was responding exactly the same way.
教授今のは
Professor, is it alright if...
教授今の発言は
Professor, is it alright if I report that sexual harassment to the university? What? What did you just say? Dr. Leskinen laughed cheerfully and responded to her. The conversation was in quick English, and over half the audience couldn't understand it. The real Maho sighed and took back the microphone.
教授はですねその
Well, the professor,
私に対して
he told this Amadeus system, which is based off my memories,
このアマ
to
デ
answer
ス
a
に対して
question.
と
It was,
いつ頃まで
stuff like
その
how old I was when I
パパと
stopped
お風
taking
呂に
baths with
入
my
っていた
dad.
かとか
I'm assuming he was asking a question that they would not have recorded, right? Like, it'd be weird to plan that question ahead of time and have a recorded response to that. I hope that was his intention, but you could have just asked a audience member to ask a question.
初恋はいつだったかとか何でも答えられる
Or
だろう
when did I first fall in love? He said any of those questions should be answerable.
ああもうそれ以上通訳しなくていい
Oh,
わ
jeez, you don't have to translate anymore.
恥ずかしいからやめてくれないか
Would
し
you
ら
stop that? It's
私は
embarrassing.
そういう質問
I'm
には
not
一切
answering any questions like
答えない
that.
よ
The professor said something else, and and the Maho on the screen groaned and turned away. Oh, he grinning.
クレジットカードの番号なんて
And I'm definitely not telling you my credit card number.
あと1週間前に着て
And
いた
I don't
パ
even
ジャマ
remember
の
what
柄
kind
な
of
んて覚えてるわ
pajamas I
け
was
ないです
wearing a week ago. What was this? It was so natural I couldn't tell at first, but this was something unbelievable, wasn't it? It felt very different than a typical AI. Oh, okay, that was the point. Making it respond in these strange ways that an AI would not. I could tell that much. It wasn't answering the questions it was given. And because they were embarrassing, was it programmed to respond like that to certain questions for the purpose of this demonstration? It was possible that's all it was, but if that conversation wasn't programmed in advance, the rest of the crowd seemed to reach the same conclusion I did, and the whisper started to turn into surprised murmur. Hello, Akemi. Welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in.
ねえちょっと
How are you today, Kemi?
いたずらな子供を何とかしてくれない
Listen, can you do something about this little troublemaker?
何をしたいのか理解はできる
I know what he's trying to do, but it's embarrassing. The copy of Maho was complaining to the original. It felt like I was watching a pair of twin sisters talking.
え
Hi, I'm good. How about you?
いたずら
I'm
な
glad you're
子
doing
供
good. I am
では
also
なく
doing good.
レスキネン教授が面白がってなかなか説明
Starting
し
the
てくれ
game
な
that
い
was
の
supposed to have started
で
yesterday,
代わ
but
りに私がお
is what
話
it
し
is.
ます
I might have gotten carried away with Subnautica yesterday. Well, since the little troublemaker, that is Dr. Leskinen, is having too much fun to explain what's going on here, I will. Maho walked back to the professor.
皆さん
I think everyone's already figured this out, but
アマデウスは自分が話
Amadeus
していい
is deciding on its own what it
そうで
can
ない
and can't
こと
talk about,
あ
and
る
what
い
it
は
does and doesn't want to
話し
talk
たいこ
about.
とと私たちはアマ
We
デウス
haven't
にそうい
programmed
った
any
プ
of
ログ
this
ラムを
into her at all.
一切施していません
I knew it.
彼女は与えられた
It's
私の
using
記
the
憶から
memories we gave it to
それ
make
を
its
独自
own
に判断
autonomous
し
decisions.
自律的にそういう行動をとっているのです
The Maho on screen suddenly took over for her.
そしてこれは
And there's another thing, which is the exact opposite of the medical applications we discuss. The research team spends a lot of time arguing about this, but
私は不必要な
I
情報を
eventually forget about
いつの間にか
unnecessary
忘れてしまう
information. Then what's the point of you?
というか記憶の引き出しから
Or
出して
rather,
こられなくな
I
るの
become
です
unable to access those memories just like
皆さんと
all of you.
同じように例えば一
For
週間
example,
前に着てい
the
た
color of the
パジャマ
pajamas I wore a week ago.
確かに
There's
それ
no
を
reason I
知ってい
shouldn't
た
know
はずなの
this,
に
but right now, I
今
can't
は思い
remember
出
it.
せません
Interesting. So you are like an actual digital human, which makes you as inferior as us. Well, except that you don't need to eat, or drink, or go to the bathroom. Okay, slightly superior.
そのような情報は生存していく上で
Then
必要
again,
がない
the
から
taste of food,
これも皆さんと同じ
50-50.
です
That's because the information isn't necessary to my survival. The same goes for all of you.
このようにアマデウス
So as you can see, Amadeus' memory inputs and outputs are very similar to a human's.
これは私たちも
This
驚
result
くべき
surprised
結果
us
として
too.
研究を重
And
ね
we're
ている
currently
最中で
researching it, but we
ま
still
だ
don't know how
詳し
exactly
く
how
は
it
解明
works.
されていません
As Maho finished up, Dr. Leskinen took the microphone back. She resumed interpreting as he continued the lecture.
However, what really surprised us
さらに
was that Amadeus
私たちを驚かせたのはアマデウスが意図して嘘をつくということ
Another thing that surprised us is that the Amadeus is capable of deliberate lies.
and not as some sort of part
何らかの
or
トラブルや
reason.
ミス
By
ではなく
deliberate, I mean it lies of its own free will,
わざとそうするのです
not as the result of any programming error.
Lying is really just
嘘は
another method of human
人間
Lies
が
are
他
one
人と
method
コミュ
that
ニケー
humans
ションを
use to
取る
communicate
上で
with
の
one another.
一
Amadeus examines the memories
Amadeus
entered
も
and has no
And
And just like a human,
記憶を
Amadeus
自
can
律
use
的
its
に
memories
検
to
証し
decide if lying would be
必要
best.
であれば
necessary.
If so,
自分
it
や
will
他
lie
人の
without
ために
hesitation.
平気で嘘をつきます教授
That says a lot
誤
about
解
you,
を招
doesn't
くような
it?
言い方はやめてください
Don't tell him that, Professor.
嘘をつくのに平気なことなんて
I
ありま
can't
せ
lie
ん。
without hesitation. I have a conscience, you know.
両
I'm so sorry, Anne.
Dr. Leskinen was cut off. He seemed to be hesitating. Okay, not was, cut off. Maho didn't seem especially surprised by this. Maybe she knew the reason. But the moment passed and the professor continued. And Maho translated his words like there was nothing shocking about them at all.
This has led us to some
このような
interesting
検
conclusions.
証を続けていくことで最終的に私たちは
As we continue our research, we eventually believe that... Let me drink some more water.
One, we believe it's possible for
アマデウス
individuals
に
to eventually
人
possess
間
the
と
mind
同様の魂を宿すことができるのではないかと考
It
え
may
て
be
います。
possible to give Amadeus a soul, just like a living human's. I was stunned. A soul? Should one of the leading brain scientists in the world really be using a word with such a vague definition?
In other words, true
これこ
artificial
そ
intelligence.
本当の意味での人工
This would
知
mean the
能
creation of
とい
artificial
うことになりま
intelligence
す。
in the true sense. The whole hall got very quiet. And it was sheer chaos for a while after that, as everyone tried to debate their own personal theories with Dr. Leskinen at once. It was thanks to Izaki that I was able to get into the reception held after the ATF was over. They told me there was a dress code, so I went all the way back to my parents' house to get a suit to change into. At first, all that effort paid off, as Izaki introduced me to some of the country's top researchers. Riken. Yeah, I don't know how to say the X. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. But before long, Izaki ran off to suck up to some university professor, and I was left completely abandoned. One moment, I have a message, probably from Mayuri. Oh no, Daru. I can't believe you get to go to a fancy party. Die in a fire, Mr. Fancy Pants. You could have helped too, you know. No way. Then don't complain. But I'm jealous you get to go to a party. There's lots of hot, rich girls, right? Oh, yeah. It's mostly guys, I think. Lots of older scientists. Blah. Okari, hang in there, man. Is that all you ever think about? Okay, thank you. My own personal target, Dr. Leskinen, was surrounded by a bunch of famous scientists. It didn't feel like a mere student would be welcome. And so all I did was stand around and eat from a buffet by the wall. To be honest, I couldn't tell if the food was any good or not. Whenever my glass got empty, a smiling waiter was always around to fill it up again. And so I found myself drinking more than I intended. My stomach was already so full it hurt. The whole place felt like it was another world.
やっぱりこういうのには向かないわ。
Is that Maho? I'm really not cut out for this. At the exact moment I spoke, I heard a girl next to me say the exact same thing. Surprised, I looked over at her. Our eyes met.
あら、あなた。
Oh, you... Oh, you. I don't know why I said it like a question the first time. What was a middle school girl doing here? Dude, you already know who she is. She's older than you. She is an adult woman. And then a moment later, I realized it was Maho Hiajo. She was wearing the exact same outfit she'd been wearing during the lecture. What? How come she gets to wear that? A lab coat. In a place like this? That's just what the old me would have done. Sure is.
あなたは
Let me see. You're... Maho was clearly out of place. Why? Because she was still wearing her lab coat?
なんで
Or no.
白衣
No, why? Again, I said it like a question. Why are you wearing a lab coat? I couldn't help but ask.
ちゃんとした服も持ってきたつもりだったのよ。
I was sure I'd brought some real clothes. She was sure she had, but she hadn't. And that's why she was standing in the corner, trying not to attract attention. Aw, cute.
あなた、昼間受付にい
You
た
are
人
the
ね
guy who was at the desk this afternoon.
岡部倫太郎です。
I'm Rentaru Okabe.
東京電機大
I'm
学
a
の
student
学生
at
で
Tokyo Denki
伊崎ゼミ
University.
で勉強してます。
Professor Izaki's class. I handed her one of the business cards that I'd thrown together after Izaki told me I needed them. She grabbed one of her own out of a stack and carelessly put it in my hands.
いいわ。無理に丁寧に話
It's
さなくて
fine.
も。
No need to be so polite. I'll hydrate, thank you. I do need to keep drinking as much as possible. Let me grab a new bottle. That was a huge help.
珍しい名前でしょ私。
At least I'm not doing the gruff voice for anyone yet. I'll try not to give it to a reoccurring character, like I did in Beacon Pines. My name's pretty rare, isn't it?
え、あ
Huh?
あ、
Oh,
誰も
yeah.
読めないとか言って
You said nobody could read it. I looked at the card and saw that the pronunciation of her name was written in unusually large letters. That was probably because of how people kept screwing it up.
沖縄ではよくある名字なんだけれどね。
It's a common name in Okinawa, though.
沖縄出身なのか。
You're from Okinawa?
曽祖父と曽祖母がね。
My great grandmother and great grandfather were
私はア
immigrants.
メリカ生まれのア
I
メ
was
リカ
born and
育
raised
ち。
in America.
ハーフにはあんまり見えないな。
No. You don't look half
Quarter.
Japanese. Quarter Japanese?
外れ。祖父、祖母、
Nope.
父、母。
My grandpa,
すべて日
grandma,
本人よ。
mom, and dad were all Japanese.
DNA は生粋の
My
ジャパ
DNA
ニー
is
ズ。
purely Japanese.
へえ。
Huh? And then the conversation stopped. Maybe she's adopted. Hello, Hikaru. Welcome in. How are you today? Thanks for your daily check-in. A solid 27 times. I'm a terrible conversationalist, honestly. Oh, you're better than me, trust me. I'm even a streamer and I'm still terrible at it. Oh god, no, not the Chuny. The old me would have gone full Chuny BU and started ranting about conspiracies and magic powers, whether the other person cared or not. But you can't really call that a conversation. I had no idea what to say to somebody I'd never met before. I'd been working at becoming a real adult, even buying and studying men's magazines. But none of it really helped. Without anything to talk about, I looked over to Dr. Leskinen. He seemed to be giving a lecture on neurons to a bunch of scientists.
今日はすまなかった。
I'm sorry about today.
何が？
Huh? Sorry for what?
いや、
Oh,
セミナーの
for
途中で
interrupting your lecture.
ああ、あれね。
Ah, that.
気にすることないわ。
Don't worry about it.
あなたが声を上げなかったら、多分
If
私
you
が
hadn't
同じ
spoken
こ
up,
とをしていたか
I
ら。
probably would have.
許せ
I
ないわ
can't
あの
stand
人
people like that.
いいのかそんなこと言っ
Are you
て。
sure that would have been a good idea?
教授が言ってたじゃないか。
You heard what the professor said.
科学者たるもの。
A scientist should remain calm at all
常に冷静に。
times.
今のは科学者としての発言じゃない
I'm
わ。
not speaking as a scientist
だ
right
から
now, so it's
構わない
fine.
のよ。
It must have really ticked her off because she grabbed a cocktail from a passing waiter and gulped it down. Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink for an instant, but no longer. She might have had a high alcohol tolerance.
だけど、やっぱり良くないわね。
But you're right.
反省する。
Really. Sorry.
ああいう批判は、言い
Criticisms
方
like
こ
that,
そ悪いけれ
they
ど、
aren't very nice, but
それで
they're
も
true.
事実には違いないんだもん。私たちの研究が
A lot of
ま
our
だ
research
無謀
still
な
has a
域から
long way
出
to
ていな
go.
いと言われれば、 確かに
そうなのか。
Really?
取り組まなくてはいけない課題が山積みだわ。
There are a lot of problems we still have to
さ
deal
っき
with.
セミナーで話した以
More
上
than
に
we
ね。
discussed at the lecture.
例えば記憶データを元
Here's
の
an
脳
example.
に書き戻すことが
We
できて
can
も
write memory data
そ
back
れを
into the
脳が
brain.
利用できなけ
But
れ
if the
ば
brain
何の
can't
意
use
味
it,
もない
then
の。
it's useless.
記憶があっても思い
The
出せない
memories
状
are
態。
there, but you can't get
つ
to
ま
them.
り記憶
It's
喪
basically the
失
same
の
as
脳と
amnesia.
同じになってしまう。
As Maho spoke, I remembered. I remembered all the lectures and theories that Kurisu had given me when she was making the time leap machine.
確
If
か
I remember right,
人間が記憶に
When people
アクセ
try to
スしよ
access
うと
their
するとき
memories,
は
the signal
前頭
goes
葉
from the
から
frontal
側頭葉
lobe
へ
to the
信号
temporal
が行
lobe,
くんだった
right?
よな。
ええ。トップダウン記憶検索信号ね。
Yep. Top-down memory search signals. So
だった
then,
ら
then I started to talk, remembering what Kurisu had told me about her theories as I went. When I used specialized terminology whose meanings I barely remembered, Maho would tell me what they were.
で最後に側頭葉
Oh,
に
she's
記憶を
intrigued.
書き戻す過程で
She's probably thinking, who is this guy?
と
And so finally, in the process of writing these memories back to the temporal lobes,
一緒にコピーした疑似
if
パ
you
ルスを
send
前
the
頭葉の方に送り込めば
pseudo-pulse
記
you
憶
copied
検
along
索
with
信号
them
は
to the
ちゃん
front
と
lobes,
働く
the memory search signal will
と
function properly.
思う。
I think. Well, you're gonna... Will you tell her that you were Karisu's friend?
あなたそれを自分で導き出したの？
Did you figure that out for yourself?
ああいや
What? No. Maho looked back at the business card I'd given her.
脳科学専攻じゃないわね。
Your major
という
isn't
ことは
brain
誰
science.
かに？
So
それ
someone
とも
told you
論文
this?
で？
Or did you read it in a paper?
うん、それはないわ。
No, that's
まだ
impossible.
論文にはまとめら
She
れてな
wouldn't
かっ
have
た
put
は
it
ず。
into a paper yet.
何かおかしいこと言ったか俺。
Did I say something wrong? Yes. Sort of.
そうじゃなくて、私の後輩がね、
Like, in a way.
全く同じ理
No,
論を
that's not
提
it.
唱していたこと
One
が
of
あ
the
るの。
researchers at the lab said the exact same thing.
どのスタッフもずっと懐疑
None of
的
the
だったけど、
others... None,
彼女
none
だ
of the
けは
other staff believed
絶
her,
対に証
but
明
she
で
said
き
she
る
was
っ
sure
て
she
言い
could
張っ
prove
てい
it.
たわ。
We drink some more water.
結局、実証試
In the
験に
end,
進む前
she
に
left us before she got to
彼
the
女は
test
いなく
stage.
なっ
それは
That's... Should I tell her? Should I tell her about me and Kurisu? I say yes. Although, the only thing you can say is that you were a friend of hers. You'd have to make up a lie about how you're a friend. In this world line. Actually, no. In this world line, when she died, she was still here for a little bit of time before she died. You could pretend that she got here and immediately met you and talked to you about that stuff. In this world line, there's almost no connection between me and Kurisu.
どうしたの？
What is it? I made up my mind. Tell her. If I wanted to follow my dreams, I needed to act.
実はこの理論
Actually,
クリ
it
スから
was
レクチャーさ
Kurisu
れ
who
た
told me about this theory.
え？
What?
今なんて？
What did you just say?
マキセ・クリスが
Kurisu
教えてくれたんだ
Makise
よ
told me about it.
クリスがあなたに？
Kurisu told you?
いつ？どうして？
When? Why?
彼女がこっちに留学
When
して
she
た
was
時
over here as an exchange student.
友
We
達にな
became
って
friends and she talked to me
こう
about
いう
this
話
stuff.
をよくした
Of course, that was a lie. Kurisu and I became friends in the Alpha world line, not this one. But a small lie like this was probably okay.
そうだったの。あのクリスが。
Is she gonna believe us? Because Kurisu didn't really have friends. I see. So Kurisu...
ありがとう。
Oh, okay, she does believe us. She's happy for Kurisu. Thank you. I mean it. Her words surprised me. I guess she cares about Kurisu a lot? That was the one thing I didn't expect to hear.
何が
For what?
彼女と友達になってくれ
For
て
being
よ。
her friend. She came to Japan all alone.
たった一人。たった一人で勉強していても、
I mean,
きっと
I'm sure
つ
she
ま
would
ら
have
なかっ
been
たと思う
bored
から
studying all by herself.
口喧嘩ばっかりだったけどな。
All we ever did was fight, though.
あの子らしいわね。
That
絶
sounds
対
like
に負
her.
けを認めなかったで
She
しょ。
never gave in, did she?
ああ、
Never.
へりくつばっかりこね
She'd
ていたわ。
argue for hours. Well, she definitely believes us now.
ロボトミー手術してあんたの
She'd
前
tell
頭
me
葉
all
を
the
引
time
き出して
about
や
how
る
she
ぞ
was
とか
going to give me
よく言わ
a
れたし
lobotomy and rip out my frontal lobe.
まさかそんなこと。
What? She wouldn't.
クリスなら言いそうね。
I could see Kurisu saying that. You tried to deny. You tried to be delusional. She wouldn't say that. Yes, she would.
だろ
Right?
ちゃんと後輩の教育をして
You
おい
need
て
to
ほしかった
discipline your researchers better.
その点に関しては認めるわ。
I'll admit that
陳
much.
謝します。
Sorry. Oh god, no. Here come the waterworks. Huh? She smiled, or so I thought. And then all of a sudden, she started to cry.
どうした
What do you mean, what's wrong? Isn't it kind of obvious? What's wrong? I didn't have any better ideas, so I grabbed my handkerchief.
え
Huh? Huh? She didn't seem to know why she was crying herself. And neither did I. Had I said something during the conversation that set her off? You never learn, do you? You set off Kurisu all the time and never understood why, as well as some other ladies.
大丈夫か
Are you okay?
平気よ。ごめんなさい。
I'm fine. Sorry. She didn't take my handkerchief. Instead, she took a tissue out of her pocket and wiped her eyes.
You can know Dyson Einstein.
Oh wait, are you talking about us? I was about to say, didn't you call her the second one? Why are you saying third now? But I think he's talking about us.
Eh?
What? I turned around and saw Dr. Leskinen smiling and quickly striding towards me. He grabbed my hand as he got closer. The handshake was incredibly forceful. That's us Americans. And his hands were as big as a bear's paws. No, not just his hands. Standing in front of me, he looked even bigger than he had during the lecture. I'm pretty tall, but he was at least a head taller than me. Damn. Because I remember seeing images of Okabe standing next to others. And yeah, he's very tall. So you're a head taller?
教授 俺
Professor,
So-
Uh-oh. It was all so sudden that I couldn't even think of an introduction. And wait. Did he just speak in Japanese?
しかし、私の助手を泣かせ
Oh,
て
he
しま
did.
ったのは見過ごせないね。
What kind of voice? Still, I don't approve of you making my assistant cry.
あ、いや
Oh, no. This is...
違います教授。
No,
私が
Professor.
勝手に
It wasn't his
彼は
fault.
関係ないですか
He
ら
had nothing to do with it. Maho and I both denied it as much as we could. But I didn't know why Maho was crying, so I couldn't come up with any excuses. I just started to panic even more. So, basically,
クリスです
Kurisu.
彼と
I
クリ
was
スの
talking about
話
him
をしていたら
with him
いろ
about
いろ
Kurisu, and
感
I
情
just
が
started
溢れてしま
crying.
って
Chris?
Kurisu.
君はクリスの友人？
You were a friend of Kurisu's.
それは
I.
はい
Yes.
岡部倫太郎さん
This is Rentaro
学生だそうで
Okabe.
す
He's a student. Maho introduced me. Dr. Leskinen had a gentle expression on his face as he gave me a slow hug. Oh god. I felt like I was going to suffocate in his massive arms. Somehow, I could tell that it was his way of remembering Kurisu.
そうですか。
I
そういう
see.
ことなら
If that's the
魔法
case, then Maho.
はい
Yes?
ミスター岡部に合わせ
Why
てあ
not
げたら
introduce her
どうか
to
な
Mr. Okabe?
まさかアマデウスを
You can't mean Amadeus.
ここで彼に出会った偶然。
It was good luck that brought him
大
here.
切にしたじゃないか。
It was good luck that brought him to us here, wasn't it?
日本にいる間、
While we're in
彼にテスターにな
Japan,
って
we
も
can
らっ
have
て
him be a
もいいよ
tester.
本気ですか部外者な
Are
の
you
にそんなにい
serious?
きな
You
り
can't just let an outsider.
クリスの友人ならば部外者
If
で
he's
は
a
ない。
friend of Kurisu's,
そうだろ
then he's no outsider, correct?
ですが
But, sir. What were they talking about? I had no idea. This was my chance to build a relationship with Dr. Leskinen. I didn't want to blow it.
俺ぜひお手伝いした
I'd
い
love
です
to help.
ナイス。
He patted me on the shoulders and smiled. It was an innocent smile, like a child's.
じゃあ、詳細は魔法
Okay
に
then,
聞いて。
ask Maho for the
よろしく。
details. Thanks. Another scientist was calling him, so he wandered away. Maho was shaking her head in disbelief. Now,
ア
come
マデ
on,
ウスに合わせるとか
what's he
Tester とか
talking about?
一体何
Meeting
の話なんだ
Amadeus. Being a tester.
コンベンションでやったデモンストレーション
The demonstration of Amadeus we did during the
私の記憶を使っていたんだけれど。
conversation used my memories, but of the
アマデウスの
convention,
デー
not
タとして
conversation. Again,
もう一人
off
分
topic, kind of, but I
研究者の記憶
want
が
to
保存
steal
してあるの。
Maho's hair. I want to see, you know what? Do it, Akemi, because I want to see her with short hair. I'm a sucker for short hair. And I like the small women. Women. Amadeus also has another researcher's memories saved as data.
うん
Kurisu's? Another researcher's memories? What did that mean? When I finally figured it out from Dr. Leskinen and Maho's conversation, my heart started pounding.
まさか
You can't mean
あいつなのか
her?
そう
Yeah.
アマデウスの中には
Kurisu Makise's
マキ
memories
セ
are
クリス
stored
の
in
記憶が保
Amadeus.
存されているわ
They're 8 months old, though.
8ヶ月前のクリスだけれどね
Several days passed after the ATF party. 10 minutes from Ikebu Kuro via the express train. I still struggle with that name. And then 10 minutes by bus from a station called Wako City in Saitama. The office I was looking for was on the second floor of a building next to Riken. Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese Office Prep Room. Jesus Christ. That was what the plate on the door said. I need more water, I've already dried out. To get in, you needed 3 types of special keys, plus a security
こ
card.
こは
What is this place?
各国の脳科学研究者が
The
連
plan
携を
is
し
for
て
brain scientists from all around the world to work together to make a new organization.
私たちの研究所
Our
が
lab
主導
is
して
leading the
ね。
way. Hey, it's like my lab mems. She led me inside. Quick save. And also there's a message. Oh god, it's Ferris. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the Nya. Oh no. Why? The mysterious Suketos have at last appeared in Akihabara, Nya. Blah. You haven't heard of the ancient urban legends of Akihabara, Nya? I know about a few of them, but the Suketos are new to me. If a group of 3 people sits in the backseat of a certain maid cafe, they appear. Or so they say, Nya. Danger. 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 No one ever knew which maid cafe it was. Until now, Nya. It's Maid Queen, Nyan. Danger. Danger. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, Nya. They just joined your game in the middle of a raid and kill steal all the mobs, Nya. Yeah, we haven't heard Ferris in a long time. Hang on a second. Danger. Okay, we're done with her. Oh god, Ferris is back. Alright, moving on. The office must have been newly rented. Most of the desks were still empty, showing no signs of ever having been used. These are some fancy chairs. There wasn't even a whiteboard, which made the room look even more empty. There wasn't a lot of natural light. Maybe the windows were on the north side? Well, according to the art, the windows are right... Oh, that's what you meant. Never mind. I was about to say you can see the windows, but he just meant like what direction the windows are. I feel like it's pretty lit up in here. And again, I'm stupid. You just meant the fluorescent lights. The only illumination was from the overhead fluorescent lights. The room felt very cold.
ここはあくまでも準備
This is
室
just
だ
the
から
prep room. No one was sitting at any of the desks, but 2 of them had stuff on them. One of them was a mess, filled with notes, calculators, coffee cups, and supplement bottles. And that was the one Maho sat down at. Which meant the other that was neatly organized must belong to Dr. Leskinen, right?
教授は
Where's the professor?
今日はオフ。
Off today. Well, it was Sunday.
君も
Are you off today too?
ええ、
Yeah.
そうじゃなかったら
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to
昼過
sleep
ぎま
past
で寝て
noon.
いられるわけないでしょ。
That's true. When I'd gone to pick her up from her hotel in Wako City, she'd come out of the room half asleep. This was the day that I was to meet Amadeus Kurisu. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester on the way here. Essentially, Amadeus needed sample data for conversations, and they were going to give me an environment where I could talk to it at any time, 24 hours a day. Really? That's perfect, because we need Kurisu to save Kurisu. She didn't give me any details beyond that, though. Because in the first game, Kurisu was the most important person for Okabe to talk to bounce ideas off of and get some consulting. So if anyone can help us save her, it would be her. So I'll be able to talk to Amadeus Kurisu 24 hours a day, huh?
あいつは
Is she...
クリスのアマデウスは
Is Kurisu's Amadeus here?
ええ、
Yeah. Maho nodded and gave me a glance.
あいつ と呼んだわよね。
You just said she, didn't you?
え
Huh?
あ
Yeah.
私が思っているよりも
You two were a lot closer than I thought,
あなたた
weren't
ち
you? Yeah, he's in love with her. Again, she was easy to talk to. She was so important to him that, yeah, he fell in love with her. Maybe my silence was an answer in itself. Maho's response was uncharacteristically hesitant. Oh, Luca. Oh god, it was like a really light voice, wasn't it? Okabe, may I have a moment of your time? Not today. I see. Sorry to bother you. Really sorry. We can talk about it later. Please and thank you. Of course, he would spam it twice.
だとしたら会うのは
Then
や
maybe you
めた
shouldn't
方
meet her
がいい
after
かも
all.
しれないわよ。
どうしてだ
Why?
相手が
The more,
親しい人であれ
the
ばあるほ
closer you
ど
are to someone,
あの
the
システム
crueler
は
that system is.
残酷だと。
True, but it's actually really important.
大丈夫だ
I'm okay.
わかった。もう言わない。
Fine. I won't bring it
そ
up
の代わ
again.
り一
But
つ
just
覚え
remember
てお
one
いて。
thing.
ロードする記憶は
The memories
ク
are
リス
from
が
March,
最後に更
the
新
last
した
time
3月
Kurisu
のデ
did
ー
an
タをベース
update.
にしたもの。だから3月以
So
降、
anything you say about what happened after March,
彼女が日本
for
に留
example,
学していた
when
時
she
の
was
こ
in
とを聞いて
Japan,
も
she
全
won't
く通じ
remember.
ない。
That's right, isn't it?
それに3月から今日
And
ま
the
での
professor and
間
I
に
have run her program a
私
lot
や
of
教
times
授が
between
何度
March
も
and
起動して
today.
しまっているから、その度にクリスは
Each time Kurisu, oh,
Amadeus
I mean
の方の
the
クリスね。
Amadeus Kurisu, has created memories the original never
元
had.
のクリスとは違う記憶を蓄積して私たちが聞かせた話、
Stories we've
ネッ
told
トで
her,
検索した情報、
information she's found on the internet,
新しく会
new
話を
people
交わ
she's
した人
talked
た
to,
ち、
things like that.
そういったものをね。つまりこれから会うのは
In other words, what you're about to meet isn't Kurisu Makise, your friend.
このシステム
We'll see
の
about
問題点の一つなんだけれど、往々にし
It's
て
one of the problems with the
こちら
system.
側
It causes a lot of confusion with the
人間
people
の方
on
が
this
混乱し
side.
てしまうのよ。
I mean, us humans.
まるで本当のクリスと
Because you'll think
今
you're
この
talking to
瞬
the
間
real
にチャッ
Kurisu.
トでもしているような錯覚に陥るから。
So don't get reality and fantasy mixed up, I guess.
共有できていない記憶の齟齬に関して
Our brains have trouble keeping up with the fact that our memories aren't shared with them. Memories that aren't shared. Now there's a feeling I knew well. Oh, then we should be fine. Reading Steiner. It was a power only I possessed. No, it wasn't. We already learned that in the other game. But again, this is not off the true ending. This is off the moment that was supposed to lead to the true ending. But somehow it didn't. Which made my memories different than those of the people around me.
案内してくれ
Take me to her. Maho gave me a slight nod.
こっちよ。
Also, why didn't you say please? Like, Kurisu tried to drill that into our head over and over. Apparently it didn't take. This way. She led me to the back of the room. There was a booth, separated by a thick partition. To get inside the booth, you needed a different card key? I was gonna say key card. Ah, whatever. A different card key than the one used to get into the room, as well as a security code.
ずいぶん厳重なんだな
You're pretty strict about security. I mean, it's not like it's said wrong, it's just that most people would have just said keycard.
今の時代、産業スパイが一番恐ろしいの。
Industrial spies are our biggest threat these days. She entered the security code and unlocked the door.
どうぞ。
Go inside. Oh. The room was about 2.5 meters per side. At one end was a white desk, and above it was a PC with a built-in 30-inch screen monitor.
少しだけ後ろに座っていて。
Sit just behind me. There was a small sofa that let you sit behind the user and see what was happening on the screen. I sat there. Maho powered on the PC and began to type. A second later, the words Amadeus System appeared on screen. I saw her put the ID in, but not her password. Salary? Wouldn't it be the IE is supposed to be, the E always makes an A sound. Salary? Salary? Salary and Amadeus, huh? Was there some meaning to that? Come to think of it, in the famous movie, Amadeus, there was a character who was spiteful and jealous of Mozart's incredible talents, but who, in the bottom of his heart, admired him more than anyone else. That character's name was Salieri.
パスワードは見ないで。
Don't look at the password. Maho moved her body to hide her hands. I looked away. She finished logging into the system, and a simple bear command prompt appeared on screen.
準備はいい？
Are you ready?
あ
Yeah,
あ、頼む。
do it. Maho entered several commands at the prompt.
ごめんなさい。ここはちょっと見せられないの。
I can't show you this.
まあ、俺が見たところで
I wouldn't be able to make any
さっぱ
sense
り
of
だけど
it.
な。
でも一応ね。
Still, you know how it is. She turned off the monitor. Then she spun around to face me. I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. How long had I been doing that? My hands were sweaty, and there was a red spot at the base of my thumb where my nails had dug in. Let me drink some water. Was I more nervous than I realized?
どうしたの？
What is it?
あいや、
Oh, just
今になって
I'm starting to
ち
get
ょ
a
っと
little
おじけづい
scared.
てきた。
まだ間に合うわよ。
There's still
今す
time.
ぐここか
You
ら
can
出て
just
い
leave
けばいい
now.
わ。
意地が悪いな。
You're pretty mean.
そう？あなたのこと
Really?
心配してあ
I'm
げ
worried
てるの
about you.
だったら、もう少し
Then
そ
act
れら
like
しい
it.
言い方をした方がいい。
Seriously.
ク
You,
リスといい、君とい
Teresa,
い。
you lab
実験
girls.
大好きっ子は
For a second, the old joking me was about to come back. I quickly changed the subject. Aw, that would have been fun.
実験ばかりに明け暮れているやつは可愛げがない。
People who spend all their time doing experiments can be so rude.
今の発言は明らかに誹謗
Oh,
中
he was
傷
about
ね
to say the experiment-loving
侮
girl,
辱
wasn't
罪で
he?
訴えてあげてもいいわ。
That's a clear case of slander. I can sue you for defamation if I want. That's not suable.
やめてくれ、恐ろしい。
Stop. You're scaring me.
いい弁護士を知っているから紹介してあ
I
げ
know
ま
a
しょ
good
うか。
lawyer. Want me to introduce you?
その前に告訴を取り下げてくれ。
How about you stop suing me first?
示談に持ち込もうというのなら、それ
She's a
相
lot
応
like
の
Kurisu.
金額は覚悟することね。
If you want to talk about settlement, you're going to need a lot of cash.
後で毒ペンをおごるから。
I'll buy you a Dr. P later. Hello, Brofu. Welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're doing good.
安い。
You're so cheap. I heard a small sound from the back of her throat. I guess she was laughing. Normally, I'd find that irritating, But strangely, coming from the girl in front of me, no. She was a grown woman, actually. I didn't. Playing on my new setup? Oh, nice. Actually, speaking of which... Oh yeah, you are. I forgot. I follow so many people. There we go. You know, I shouldn't forget when, like, the majority of my subscribers are streamers. Or not subscribers, followers. I was thinking of YouTube. My followers. The majority of my followers on Twitch are streamers. Maho Hyajo was very strong-willed, with a prickliness and short temper unique to scientists. She always seemed to be a little... I'm screwing up. She always seemed to be a little upset about something. You're welcome, bro. But maybe she wasn't that bad. Oh, I see. Maho. She's a lot like Kurisu. That's what I'm saying. The flashbacks, the nostalgia. When I first met Kurisu, she was like that. Arrogant, rude, never willing to change her mind, stubborn, hard-headed, and always ready to confront you with raised eyebrows whenever you said something she didn't like. I truly thought I'd never see a more unlikable woman. But despite my first impression, on the inside she turned out to be fragile, easily hurt, and so kind and so lovable.
何がおかしいんです、先輩。
Oh, there she is. What's so funny, Maho? Ah, here comes the voice. I suddenly heard a girl's voice from the speaker. Oh. I found myself jumping off the sofa. I knew this voice. I couldn't forget it. I could never. Maho turned on the monitor. She looks different. She kind of looks younger, honestly. She's only supposed to be a few months younger than the one we know, but she still looks so much younger. The girl I'd never forgotten appeared on the screen. Maybe it was based off her appearance at the brain science lab. Because she was wearing a white lab coat. I mean, the different clothes might be the reason. The PC's camera turned toward me on its own.
先輩、そちらの方は。
Who is this? Maho was introducing me. But I didn't hear anything she was saying. I simply stared, entranced. I wanted to reach out my hands. I wanted to touch her. She was right there.
岡部倫太郎さん。
Nice to meet you, Rintaro Okabe.
牧瀬クリスです。
I'm Kurisu Makise.
どうぞよろしく。
I look forward to working with you. See, her voice I remember. The voice that I gave her. That was all basically just a little prologue, the introduction. Now we're really gonna get into it. Oh, that's Amane Yuki. Okay, so I don't know who Yuki is then. There we go.
Sa Okabe-san, リラックスしてください。
All right, Mr. Okabe. Try to relax.
あなたは私の声を架け橋として
My voice is a
過
bridge,
去へと降り
guiding
て
you
いきま
down
す。
into the past.
どんどん降りていっ
You're
て、
going down and
や
down
が
and
て柔
down.
らかい色をした
And
光
then
が
you
見
see
え
a
て
gentle
きま
colored
す。
light. And then I see a Leviathan. Oh my god. I'm playing Subnautica. I was dreaming. Daydreaming. I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. I tried my best to stay calm and imagine what the psychologist was telling me.
その光は何色に見えますか？
What color is the light? Red.
赤。
Red.
赤ですか。なるほど。
Red. I see.
その光の中にあ
The
なたの
person you
大
care
切な人が
about
立
is
ってい
standing
ま
in the
す。
light.
その人は
Are they your
あなた
family?
の家族でしょうか？
I pretty much can guess who it's going to be.
いや、
No.
では友人？それとも恋人？
And then your friend. Or perhaps lover. A little bit of both.
恋人。いや、
Lover.
恋人じゃない。
Not my lover.
友人ですらない。
Not even my friend.
ではどういう？
And then what are they?
俺と
She and I
あいつは。
are. Memories came flooding back into my mind like a geyser. Could you come with me for a moment? What? Oh god, this. I remember this. When she ran us over with the car. Mayuri Shiina is not needed. Tell me. I know you use the time leap machine. Save Mayuri. Go to the Beta Worldline, the world where Mayuri doesn't die. Not just for your sake, but for mine as well. Will you remember me? Oh, I very much do. Am I going to die? I don't want to die.
Okabe-san!
Mr. Okabe,
俺が刺した！
I killed her. It was me. It was me.
いいですか？私があなた
Listen to
の
me.
肩を叩きます。
I'm going to pat you on the
それを合図に
shoulders.
意識がはっき
When I
りして
do,
きますから。
You'll be fully awake.
3、2、
3,
1。
2,
はい。
1. Now. There was a loud sound. Then I felt an impact on my shoulders. And Karisu's suffering face disappeared instantly. And I could feel my consciousness awakening. I stood up off the sofa. I felt dizzy and almost fell over.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you alright?
少し休んでいてください。
Rest a
今
minute.
タオルを
I'll
持って
bring
き
you
ま
a
すから
towel right now. The psychologist left the room. I realized I was soaked in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from the heat. It was the first time I tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. My body felt strangely heavy. When I got outside, it was night. It was almost December and the wind was cold.
どうだったオカリン
I don't think they're okay. Yeah, he's not okay. Hey, Mayuri. What is she wearing? Oh, she's just wearing a dress. It almost looked like... Oh, never mind. Was it Ocarine? Mayuri Shiina asked me, gently. Mayuri was a high school student and my childhood friend. She'd come with me to counseling today. I told her I didn't need her to, but she'd left school early to come. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she had always been someone I had to protect. And now, she was worried about me. Oh, hydrate, thank you. Yeah, the whole first game, we were obsessed with trying to save this girl. Now we're obsessed with, Harisu in this one. Oh. Oh? The voice I gave her was pretty much the same as I've already given, Maho, so whatever. Got a sec, Uncle Ocarine? Why are we using that? But I refuse. You sure? If you're wondering about whether to hit Sampo or Go-Go Curry for dinner, I can help you with that. Anything more involved, no. Those aren't the only places I eat. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. I hate that this is where my mic arm is. You can talk to me about it another time. Why are you using her sticker? Wouldn't that make him mad? He doesn't like her. I can't touch that yet. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I tried counseling.
まあ、大したことないってさ。
So this is supposed to be in December, a month later, right? Did seeing her trigger issues that he had to go to counseling for? It's not that bad, they said. That's a lie. I told her a small lie to make her feel better. That's not a small lie. Actually, they told me I had suffered serious trauma. They'd stopped the hypnotherapy and given me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they wanted to wait and see the results. Of course, the drugs. Basically, they decided there was nothing to do but to treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. I couldn't tell if what Maho had shown me yesterday was having an effect. Oh, it was yesterday. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine, or the world lines, or most of the things that had happened. So maybe there was no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. Pretty much. In any event, I decided not to think too much about the results.
なあ、マユリ。
Hey,
夕飯、これ
Mayuri,
からだろ。
you haven't eaten yet, right?
何か食べに行くか。
Want to go get some food?
おごるぞ。
I'll treat you. Did you make enough money?
ああそれなら秋葉原に行って
Can
もい
we
い
go to
かな
Akihabara? Then? Luca and Ferris say they haven't seen you in forever, and they want to meet up. Akihabara, huh? The clinic was in walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much further away. But even so, I couldn't turn down Mayuri's request. Until the events of this summer, I'd gone there almost every day. In fact, I'd practically lived there. Lately, I only went 3 times a week, at the absolute most. And then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out into the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro, even though it was only a month until Christmas, there were barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them the minute it was December 1st. Eventually. Wait, I thought you said it was December. No, I see that in the corner it's still November 29th. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits.
秋葉原でチラシを配るサンタ
Maids in
服を着
Santa
たメイ
outfits.
ド
Passing out flyers in Akihabara, huh? Akihabara could be really weird. Oh, it's Ferris and Luca! Doo-doo! Oh, Luca. Meow? Kyouma? Okabe. Mayuri. Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us. Oh God, no, don't pounce on me. I missed you, Nya! Ferris Nyan Nyan jumped at me without the slightest hesitation. She was a maid, and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but if I didn't call her Ferris at all times, even when she wasn't working, she'd get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she always wore. Her work clothes from her job at the maid cafe Maid Queen Nyan Squared. This is a new addition to it though. Unless, oh, it's cold. You're just talking about the underneath. Was Maid Queen going to switch to Santa outfits soon? Stop it. Everybody's looking at us. I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head. Who cares, Nya? All that matters right meow is Ferris and Kyouma. I care. And stop calling me Kyouma. Meow? Why? I have co-signed that name to my dark past. Meow. Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. Kyouma Hououin was part of a past I sealed away. I decided to pretend he never existed. He had meddled with the forbidden invention called the time machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world had punished him. He dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. It's just a name, dude. I didn't need him anymore. Then what should I call you, Nya? Well, Okabe or something. I think Okarin's a cute name, don't you, Ferris? By the way, Ferris was what Mayuri calls Ferris. She claimed it was easier to pronounce, or something like that. Well, if you say so, Mayushi. It still doesn't sound right, though. She looked unsatisfied, but she backed away. Lukako.
ルカ子も
It's been a
久しぶり
while.
だな
Yes. Lukako smiled happily. He always looked as beautiful as a pretty girl. But he's a guy. this again. He was a classmate of Mayuri's and could often be seen helping at the Yanabayashi shrine, where his family lived. I probably shouldn't call him Lukako. Just like I told Forrest not to call me Kyouma. He had his own name. Urushibara. Urushibara. I always struggled with that name. But calling Lukako Luka after all this time, that would be really embarrassing. It feels like a very long time. I sometimes go to the lab, but you haven't been there much, have you? No, I haven't. I've been busy with school. I had to get ready for ATF too. Even after that was done, I've been busy with Maho and Dr. Leskinen. And then Amadeus. I hadn't had a chance to rest. But I avoided mentioning that to them. Oh, and I'm in a club now. You joined a club? What kind of club, nya? UFOs? UMAs? Who do you guys think I am? I guess I hadn't told them then. Mayuri. I'm pretty sure I told her. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my chest. The tennis club. The people around us all turned to stare at Faris and Luca. Why the tennis club, nya? Okabe, have you ever played tennis? Of course not. I may not look it, but I'm terrible at sports. I'm confident I'd lose to Mayuri at distance running. Then why, meow? Well, it's a long story, but the associate professor, who's my teacher at school, is the tennis club's advisor, and they asked me to join. That's not long at all, nya. Well, I'm not done yet. That teacher's done a lot for me, so I decided to stop by. And it turns out I have a talent for tennis, despite the fact that I'm a beginner. I beat every single one of them. This sounds like something Hououin would say. A lie that Hououin Kyouma would come up with. Wow, amazing, huh? You really are amazing, Okabe. If I had known, I would have been a pro tennis player. You could win Wimbledon. What's wrong, Faris? Do you have a headache? I'm not even sure where to begin. That's the most obvious ploy to get new members that I've ever heard, nya. Don't say that. I had kind of noticed, but I'm trying to avoid thinking about it. But they're all really good people. So, you've been busy practicing with your club then? Oh, no. Actually, I barely go. Seriously, dude? Huh? Then her cat language throws me off. Then just what are you doing? Matchmaking parties and stuff. Why do you keep shocking them with these weird lies? Their shouts filled the whole street, and once again people turned to stare. It's not that surprising, is it?
普通の大学生
I'm a normal college kid.
そうですよね。
That's true. I'm sorry.
でも
But Luca was fidgeting like he wanted to say something. That's because Luca's in love with us, as is Faris.
フェイリスというものがありながら他の女の子たちと楽しく合コン
You go after other women when you got your beautiful Faris. It's unforgivable, nya?
勘違いするなよ。俺は女の子なんか別に。
Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I'm not really interested in girls. In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there really wasn't any place for a wannabe normal like myself. There was no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normal normies had. While the other men and women were having fun, I would just kind of sit there. A matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. Oh, so he really was going to matchmaking parties. I wasn't going to tell Faris and Luca that, though.
いいなあ。マユシーもオカリンと合コン
Aw, that's so
したいので
nice.
す
Mayushi wants to go to a matchmaking party with Ocarine, too.
何？
What? Mayuri wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing? No, she just heard party.
だって
And hanging out with
みん
you.
なで楽しくパーティーするんでしょ
Yep. Cause that's when everybody gets together and has a fun party, right? Evidently not.
間違ってはいないけど
Well, it's not
な
wrong,
んだ
but
か
the
微妙に
nuance is a little
違う気が
different,
する
yeah?
ね場所はラボでいいかなルカ
We
君
could
と
hold it at the
フェリスさ
lab.
んはもち
Of
ろん
course,
参
Luca
加
and
ね
Faris will come.
あと
Oh, and Daru and Nei and
なるくん
Suzu.
や
Not Nei,
ナイ
Nai.
コ
Oh. Mayuri turned to me with a guilty look. Suzu, huh? Suzu Amane, also known as John Taitor. Wait. Is that who Yuki Amane is? Is Yuki her mother? A time traveler from the year 2036. A true warrior who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. I had barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. She literally texted us earlier. Part of the reason I'd stopped going to the lab was that she spent all her time there now. Until a month or so ago, just hearing Suzuha's name was enough to cause flashbacks, and it was all I could do to endure them. After 3 months, I could finally start to stand to hear her name. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person. Of course, it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her. So I didn't want her to blame me. She'd never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt.
あのね みん
Uh,
な
everyone?
ん？
Hmm?
マユシーね
Mayushi's been planning an operation with Daru.
オペレーション
An operation? It sounded like something the old me would have done.
っていうと
Yeah?
どんな作戦
What
か
kind
な
of operation, yeah?
ね すずさんを笑顔にしよう
Operation
大作
Make
戦
Suzu Smile.
え？
Huh? Why was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue? No. Maybe it wasn't out of the blue. She might have been thinking about it for a long time. So I decided to respond as cheerfully as I could.
聞かせてくれよ、まゆり。
Tell me about it, Mayuri. Oh. Okay.
ね マユシ
So
ーは
Mayushi
思うん
thinks
だ
that Suzu's normally kind of
す
scary,
ずさんって
but she's actually a really nice
普段
person.
は怖いけど
Very.
ラボにいるときにね
Especially the other
マユ
version
シ
of her.
ーがソファーでうとうとしちゃう
Sometimes, when I'm in the lab, I'll start to fall asleep on the sofa. And when I wake up, there will be a blanket over me. When I asked Suzu about it, she says she has no idea, but... Oh, I had a similar experience. My dad once asked me to go shopping for him, and I was having trouble on the way back because I had to carry so much. And then Amane came back, and without saying anything, she took some of the bags for me and carried them.
へえ初耳だ
Huh?
な
I had no idea.
誰にも言うな。
She said that it wasn't a big deal, so I shouldn't tell anybody.
言っちゃいましたけど。
I guess I just did.
そっか
I see. See, this is the other version. In the Alpha Worldline, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone, and who loved to go mountain biking. But in this Worldline, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. This was partially due to the way she'd grown up. I had heard about it third hand from Daru, but because of the universal conscription program that started after World War III broke out, she'd been forced to undergo military training ever since she was in middle school. And after that, she joined up with the anti-government forces and gotten caught in a terrible struggle. After that, she said she'd never really smiled.
だからね、すずさんを
So, I want Suzu to really smile.
なるほどな
I see.
で、具体的には何をするのか
So
ね。
what's your plan, Nya?
クリ
A Christmas party.
パーティーだよ。クリスマスパーティー。
A Christmas party? We all spoke in unison.
もうすぐクリスマスでしょ。
It's almost Christmas, right?
すず
And
さん
Suzu
ね
says she's never been to a Christmas
パー
party.
ティーをやったことだからマユシーは
So Mayushi wants to give her one as a
プレ
present.
ゼントしようと思ってるんだ。
Faris and Luca nodded at almost the exact same time.
その話乗ったにゃ。
I'm in, Nya.
僕も
Me too.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
オカリンも
Ocarine,
参加
will
し
you
て
come
くれる
too?
そ
Huh?
そうだな
Well,
ダメかな。
you don't want to?
俺はともかく
It's not
鈴
that.
葉が
It's
嫌
just
がるんじゃないか
I don't think Suzuha would really want me there. Do you? I was never going back to the past. I still couldn't forget the look on Suzuha's face when I told her that. It was an expression filled with anger and despair. She must have felt like her last, most desperate hope was crumbling away right in front of her eyes. The words she said to me were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart.
鈴葉は俺を
Suzuha
嫌ってる
doesn't like
し
me, you know?
マユシーは
Mayushi doesn't think
そうは
so.
思わないよ。すずさんはね、
I think she probably regrets the fact that she got mad at
怒っちゃった
you.
こと、その気持ちを
I think she just can't
素直
say
に言え
it.
ないんだと思うので。
そうだろうか
Really?
きっとそうだよ。
Yeah, I'm sure of it. I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that.
分かった
Fine,
少し考えてみる
I'll
よ
think about it. Okay.
ところで、
By the way,
Okabe-san?
Okabe. There was a bit of hesitation in Luca's voice.
診察は
How did the
どうでしたか？
doctor's appointment go? Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Mayuri. Maybe he'd wanted to see me because he was worried about how it went. I guess I'm making Lukako and Faris worried too. In this Worldline, they hadn't joined the lab. But even so, they were still dear friends.
催眠療法というのは初体験
I'd
だ
never
ったな
tried hypnotherapy
な
before.
かなか興
It
味
was
深かった
interesting.
な俺は今まで催眠術
I
なん
never
か
thought
に
it would
かから
work
ない
on
と
me,
思ってた
so that was a big surprise.
驚いた
かかっちゃったんですか？
It worked?
見事にな
Perfectly.
へえ、
Huh.
そういうルカニャンも催眠術とかすぐ
I
にかか
bet
りそう
Luca
だよ。
Nyan wouldn't last a second.
そんな。
Aw, come on.
確か
Yeah,
に
I'm sure.
速攻でやられるだろうな。
Luca would believe anything you told him. Anyway, there was no point in standing around forever. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find some place to eat.
なあ、お前た
Hey,
ち何を
guys.
食べたい？
What do you want to eat?
おごるぞ。
My treat. Wait, you're gonna feed Mayuri and 2 other people? Good luck with that. Hope you've been making a lot of money. We decided to head toward Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect.
やったにゃ。ちゃうな。じゃなくて。
Way to go, Kyouma! I mean, Ocarine! You're the best, Nya!
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
何食べよう。
What should I eat? Maybe fried chicken?
唐揚げか。ジューシー唐揚げ。
Juicy fried chicken?
マユシーはそればっかりにゃ。
That's all Mayushi ever eats, Nya! I walked behind the 3 of them, and I thought to myself, what would it be like if Kurisu were here? Great, because I can do a much separate voice than these 3. The voices I gave these 3 are a little too similar. I tried my hardest for the past few months not to think about her, but was it because of my experience yesterday that I did anyway? The expressions and little mannerisms I'd seen yesterday. The voice, the way she walked. I remembered. I remembered my conversation with her.
岡部倫太郎さん、
Hello,
はじめまして。
Rintaro Okabe.
牧瀬クリスです。
I'm Kurisu Makise.
どうぞよろしく。
Nice to meet you. I couldn't respond at all. Something felt slightly off about the way Kurisu moved on the screen. But it was really slight. I'd get used to it soon. More importantly, the voice and the way she spoke were exactly like the real Kurisu. I almost cried. And it was all I could do to stop from breaking down.
先輩、そちらは深夜というわけではないですよね。
It's not the middle of the night, is it? The camera on the PC switched from me to Maho.
ええ、違うけれど、
No,
なぜ？
it isn't. Why?
お二人とももしかして眠い
I
ので
was
はない
wondering if the 2 of you were sleepy. Was she talking about the fact that I didn't respond to her introduction?
私はさっきまで寝ていたけれど、今はもうしゃっきり目が
I
覚
was
めてい
asleep
るわ。
until just a bit ago, but now I'm 100% awake.
だらしないのは相変わらずですね。
I see you're as lazy as ever, huh?
失礼なことを言わないで。
Don't be rude.
では先輩、
Anyway,
もう一つ質
can
問
I
したい
ask a question?
ええ、何？
Sure. What's up?
岡部倫太郎さんとは
What's your relationship to Rentaro Okabe here?
この前の ATF セミナーに参
He's
加
a
してくれ
student who
た学生
participated
よ
in the last ATF seminar.
なかなか研究熱心
He
だと
seemed
思
really
ったから
interested in the
連れてきたの
research, so I brought him here. Maho decided not to tell Amadeus that I was a friend of Kurisu's before she died. Why, I wonder? Did she not want Amadeus to find out? Or was I supposed to tell her myself?
へえ、先輩にそう言われるなんて。
If we're not supposed to tell her, shouldn't we have been told not to tell her? So I don't know. Huh? He must be pretty impressive if you're saying that. The Kurisu on the screen turned to me and smiled.
その
Calm down.
岡部さん、専攻は
So, Okabe,
やはり脳科学
what's your major? Brain science, I assume?
それは
It's... The words got stuck in my throat. Maho did warn you. She said this would be cruel. I said calm down. You know this is just a program. Her words, her appearance, even the conversation she's having with you right now, they're all artificial. But even though I knew that, I still couldn't speak. I had no idea what to say. And more than that, the words, "nice to meet you," hit me harder than I thought they would. This wasn't the Kurisu I'd spent those 3 weeks with. Maho told me this ahead of time, and I thought I'd understood it. But hearing it for myself hurt more than I imagined. I regretted not taking my anxiety meds, but it was too late now. My heart rate soared and my breathing became irregular. My head was spinning and the corners of my vision were beginning to dim. At some point, my lips had gone totally dry. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. I need a drink.
どうかしました岡部さん
Is something wrong, Okabe? Kurisu sounded worried. That voice software must be pretty good if it could handle nuances like that.
彼の専攻は脳科学ではないわ。
His major isn't brain science,
だけど私たちの
but he's very
研究に
interested in our
とても興
research.
味があるんです。
そうなんですか
Is he?
レスキネン教授も気に入ってるみたいだし。
Dr. Leskinen likes him
いずれは
too.
私の
At some
助手
point,
に
I
でもして
plan to
やろう
make
か
him
と
my
思っている
assistant.
ところよ。
Hello, Mako. Welcome in. How are you today? I am doing good. Hang on. But I spelled it wrong. What did I spell wrong? Oh, you have a second underscore. I didn't see it. I always miss the underscores. I'm doing well, just did a sketch and I need to chill a bit. Ah, nice. I'll take it easy then. Yeah, the underscores always get me, every time. For other people as well. Yeah, definitely. What? My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. Me? Maho's assistant? Then I'd go to Victor... suddenly I couldn't say it. Kondria's university?
あら、お気に召さない？
Oh, you don't like the idea?
お気に召すとか召さないとかそういう問題
Thank
じ
you,
ゃなくて
Mako. I appreciate that. Thank you for the lurk. Lab Mem Mako, yes. 100% a Lab Mem. It's not whether I like it or not.
ま、冗
Well,
談だけれど
it
ね。
was a joke anyway.
冗談
A joke?
もしかして本気にした？
Did you take it seriously?
信じちゃいない
Did not. I wasn't going to tell her that I almost did. Well, the way you just said you didn't sounds like you did.
そう。でも、
I see.
もっ
But
と
if you
もっと
study
勉
really
強
hard,
してく
it
れ
might
れば
not be a joke after
あ
all.
ながち
仮にそうだとしても
Even if it wasn't,
Leskinen
I'd rather be Dr. Leskinen's assistant. This was my way of getting back at her.
教授の助手って思っている以
It's
上に
harder
大
to be
変よ。
his assistant than you might think.
あの方は
He's really a
本当
big
に
kid.
子供だから。
As she spoke, she quietly came over next to me and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see. So that was it. She was making a joke to try and calm me down.
悪かった
Sorry.
ありがと
Thanks.
何のことかしら？
What are you talking about? I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong.
先輩ちょっと
Maho. Excuse me. Kurisu beckoned to Maho from within the screen in a very human manner.
何？
What is it?
もうちょっとこっち。
Come a little
スピ
closer.
ーカーに寄ってください。
Toward the speaker. You want to whisper? Maho moved her ear close to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when... Maho suddenly turned bright red and shouted at the screen. I feel like Kurisu kind of did like us on first sighting. I wonder if...
そんなわけないでしょ。何を言ってるのあなた。
Oh no, she's asking if we're... Actually no, she was always asking if I was dating someone. She's trying to make sure I'm single. Of course not. What are you talking about? I think she just asked Maho if we're a thing.
そんなに
Or if she
照れなく
likes
ても
us. You don't need to be so embarrassed.
照れてるわけじゃないわ。とにかく。
I'm not
おかしな
embarrassed.
ことを
Just
言
stop
う
being
のをや
weird.
めて。
そうですか？
そうです。
You sure? I'm sure.
一体何の話を？
What are you talking about? It was obvious that Kurisu had whispered something to Maho. What did she say? Maho glanced at me. And for some reason, she blushed and turned away. I definitely know what she said. Ah, I see. From the way Maho was acting, and what I knew about Kurisu, there was only one possibility.
このスイーツかっこ笑い目。
Goddamn mainstream women. I whispered a name I'd often teased Kurisu with, and suddenly felt a lot better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple," or "You finally found a man, huh?" The way she looked at a boy and girl holding a friendly conversation and immediately assumed they were dating, just like the Kurisu I knew. Sheesh. What a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. Do you think this Kurisu also browses @channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking too? Nah. Knowing her, she's probably commenting. I remember Kurisu once browsed @channel on the Future Gadget Laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was around.
ちょっと入ってくる
Hey,
時はノックぐらいしてよ。
not before you come in.
クリスティーナ
Christina,
お前はやるべき
what are you doing when you should be working?
ちょちょく
Hey, stay back. Heh.
おい
Hey,
その
what's with that?
これは
Oh,
ひどい
this is
はいはい
terrible.
座る座るみたい
Right,
な
right,
笑い方
Rolf
なんだ
kind of laugh.
案ずるなクリスティーナ
Fret not, Christina. Or should I say,
クリス
@Chandler Kurisu?
その呼び方はやめて
Don't call me that.
俺はすでに気づいていた
I knew it already. Indeed, I'd known it for a long time. You reek of @Chandler.
アットチャンネル
失礼だなちゃんと
How rude.
香りがきつくない
My perfume isn't that strong.
そういう意味ではない
That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about your soul's power level. But it's cute how you try to hide it, @Chandler Kurisu.
いじらしいね
Do not call me that. Your soul's power level, huh? My silly remark seemed to have a much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day going to be, as Dr. Leskinen had said, become a real artificial soul? When that happens, what are we supposed to call a soul that still existed in this world after the body was gone? Not dead or alive, but something in between. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy, or maybe religion.
バカな話はここまでにしましょう。
Enough messing around.
岡部さんだって
Okabe didn't
こ
come
んな
here
中
to
身
waste
の
his
ない
time
こと
with
を聞
this
きたく
stuff.
て来たわけではないわ。
そうやってごまかすところが
The
ます
way
ま
you're
す
trying
怪
to
しい
change
で
the
すね
subject makes me even more suspicious.
ウイルスをぶち込むわよ。
I'm going to infect you with the virus.
嘘です。
I was kidding. I won't bring it up again. Kurisu quickly bowed her head. I bet back when Kurisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure Dr. Leskinen had a lot of fun watching them. It was actually kind of cute.
お騒がせしてごめんなさい、岡部さん。
Sorry about
彼
that,
女と
Okabe.
何か話してみ
Want
る
to try talking to her?
あ
Oh. Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Kurisu's face was on the monitor right in front of me. When our eyes met, she smiled a little. Fake! I didn't know she reacted like this to people when she first met them. But my meeting with Kurisu went about as badly as it possibly could have. I realized that her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her.
どんなことでも聞いてください。
Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer anything I can.
そうだな
Yeah. This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I'd ever spent with Kurisu. I couldn't think of what to say. And then, the words that came out of my mouth were,
タイムマシンは作れるだろうか
Is it possible to create a time machine? That was what I once argued about with Kurisu on another worldline. In the end, I'd lost the argument completely.
はい。
What?
え
Huh?
タイムマシーン。
A time machine? You said?
何の話を始めるのかと思ったら
Where did this come
い
from?
きなり何
ただのテストだよ
It's just a test.
思考実験ができるか
I
どうか
wanted to see if she was capable of thought experiments.
どうクリス
Well, Kurisu?
そうですね。結論か
Let
ら
me
言ってしまうと
My conclusion is that it's not possible.
けれど、不可能
But
と
we
までは
don't know
言い
for
切れ
sure
ない
that it's impossible,
と
I
いったところでしょ
guess.
うか。
What? That wasn't what she said.
最初に結論を言ってしまうと、
I'll begin with my conclusion. The very idea of a time machine is idiotic. That's what Kurisu had said in the Alpha Worldline. I remembered that well.
俺はタイムマシンなんて
I think the very idea of a time machine is idiotic. I remembered our old debate and decided to repeat what Kurisu had said then.
そう決めつけるのは早計ですよ。
It's too early to assume that.
そうかな
You think so?
確かに世界中の科学
It's
者
true
が
that scientists all around the world have proposed time travel theories. There are 11 major ones and countless minor ones, but
どれも仮説の域を出ない
none of them are anything more than hypothesis.
理論同士が矛
Some
盾
of them
し
directly
否定
contradict
し合
one
っている
another.
ものまである
ええ。
Correct.
例えば
For
宇宙紐
example,
理論や
there's a cosmic string theory and a wormhole theory, where time travel is possible as a thought experiment, but
そもそも
no one has a clue where you would go to get cosmic strings or exotic
どこか
matter.
らどう探してくればいいのか見当もつまり現
In
実
other
的ではな
words,
い
it's not realistic. This was also something that Kurisu had told me in the Alpha Worldline. But the Kurisu on the screen was unmoved.
それは科学者がまだ重大な何かを
That's
発見
probably
できていない
because
からでしょ
scientists
うね
haven't discovered something important yet.
それじゃあ君はタイムマシンをいつ
So
か
this
作れると
is
思っ
this
て
should
い
be
るのか
before she came to Japan, right? Was this before or after she wrote her paper? I feel like it probably would have been after. Because her paper had to do with time travel, so then you think it's possible to create a time machine.
不可能とまでは言い切れない。そう言いましたよ。
We don't know for sure that it's impossible. That's what I said, remember? Yeah. Her opinion was slightly different. Was this because I was in the beta worldline? Or perhaps...
なあヒアジョーさん
Hey, Hyajo.
彼女は自分がオリジナルの記憶から
She knows she's made from a copy of the original.
認識しているんだ
From the original's memories, right?
もちろん
Of course.
じゃあ
Then, I can't think of a good
う
example,
まい例が
but
思いつかないんだが一卵性双生児みたいなことは
is it like identical
生ま
twins?
れた時は
You can't tell them
見分けがつ
apart
か
at birth,
ないだが
but as they grow,
育つにつれて
differences
差
start
異
to
が出てく
form,
る
or something like that.
そういうこと
それについてはまだ検証中だけれど
We're still investigating that, but
蓄積されていく記憶が異なれば
if the memories they build up are
当然
different,
元の人間
I
とは
think that of
違うも
course
の
they
になってい
become
くと思
something
うわ
different from the original human.
私と教授は
The
そう考
professor
えて
agrees
い
with
る
me.
そっか
I see. It was then that I heard the door on the other side of the partition slam shut.
教授かしら
Hmm? Is that the professor?
あの大きな足音はそうじゃないでしょうか
From the loud sound of the footsteps, I'd assume so. I could definitely hear somebody stomping around outside. And then after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open.
ウィンターロ
What? Lintalo? Huh? Is that a greeting? Lintalo? Oh, hydrate? Thank you. I need to get a new bottle already. On my 4th bottle now. I can get it. So he was definitely spying on us. The professor opened his arms wide as he came inside. He grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but it felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
ー Hey boy, what's up?
Oh no.
えあ
Huh?
えっと I'm fine,
I'm
thank you.
fine.
And you?
Thanks. And you?
さひどい英語ですね
Okabe, your English is terrible. You always did say that.
黙れクリスティーナ
Shut up, Christina.
クリスティーナ
Christina? Whoopsie. Oh no. I was so focused on the professor that I used my old nickname for her.
なんでもない気にしないでくれ
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
気になりますなんで
I
私が
am worried about
ク
it.
リスティーナ
Why am I Christina?
だから何でもないというのに
I told you. It's nothing.
なんでもない割には動揺
You're
してます
freaking out a lot over nothing. I said shut up, Christi-
ク
Kurisu.
リス
Hmm.
うん
Kurisu and Maho both seem lost in thought.
クリスティーナって呼んでいたのね
Uh-oh. You called her Christina, huh?
君もそこに食いつくな
You too. Just drop it. I didn't want any more questions about this. Since the professor was here, I decided to ask more about how Amadeus's memories worked.
あの教授
Professor,
アマデウスの記憶を外部
is
か
it
ら
possible
計算す
for
ることは
Amadeus's
可能
memories
な
to
ん
be
ですか
externally modified? But the professor wasn't listening to my question. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets for something. Come to think of it, I didn't see that translator device on his ear. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good that he didn't even hear my question.
私の記憶の改ざんですか
Modifying my memories. It's theoretically possible. Kurisu herself answered in the professor's place. For example, it would be possible to make me think that my name was Christina. But memory data isn't like normal data. It's much more complex. I'm aware of no successful attempts to modify it. And even if the attempt succeeded, I would notice it and repair it myself. Gotta go now? Alright, Akemi, thanks for stopping by. See you later. Have a good rest of your day. I keep logs in an area that only I can access. In other words, a secret diary. If there was a discrepancy between my current memories and my diary, there's a very high probability I'd become suspicious. Oh yeah, she was right. The original did write diaries, didn't she? What's more, my memories are backed up at regular intervals. Even if they were altered beyond the point where I could self-repair, I would still be able to restore them. I would lose any memories that had formed between then and the last backup, though. I see. Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Maho had said before she loaded Kurisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Kurisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise once she started talking about science was exactly like the real Kurisu. It's interesting, though. I turned towards Kurisu and spoke. You're able to consider yourself objectively as a machine. From what I see in books and comics, I'd expect you to say, I'm not a machine, I'm human. That's pure nonsense. Even humans speak of themselves as a combination of hardware and software, right? They just call it biology and psychology. What's the difference? I see. She's better with comebacks than anyone I know, isn't she? When she heard this, Kurisu turned toward Maho, her CG eyes big and round, though it was really just the camera sensor moving. You know, Maho, this may not be any of my business, but you should just watch what you say. You finally got your chance. What if he stops liking you? What? Come on, don't bring that up again. But it's what I find most interesting right now. It's what I find most meaningless right now. What if this is the last chance you'll ever get? You're the one who needs to learn to watch what you say. Dr. Leskinen was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had to chuckle a little too. Pity chuckle. Afterward, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Kurisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew, it had been almost an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Maho told me that it was time to stop. In just a single hour, the strangeness I felt about Amadeus had disappeared, and I felt like I was really talking to Kurisu. Let me drink some more water. Oh, we're already past 3 hours, damn. 3 hours of talking a bunch of different voices is rough. Dr. Leskinen stopped me before I left. So, interested in being a tester? I tilted my head when I heard the professor speak through the translator. Amadeus doesn't have a lot of conversation samples. I got all the kids in my lab helping as much as they can. But it's not enough. Amadeus is still in the research stage, and we can't just let anyone talk to it.
そこでクリス
So,
の友人だ
I
った
want you,
レンタロに
Lintalo-
ぜひとも協力してほしいん
to
だ
help us, since you were her friend. I remembered they mentioned something about being a tester at the party. So this is what they were talking about.
私と教授はしばらく日本に滞
The
在する予定
professor and
な
I
の
will be staying in Japan
だ
for
か
a
ら
while.
テスタ
We'd
ーを
like you to be a
お願いす
tester
るの
while
は
we're here.
その間ということになるわね。あなたにしてもらいたいのはとに
Your
かく
job will
クリス
just
と
be
対
talking
話
to
を重ねて
Kurisu.
もらうこと。具体的なノルマのようなものは特に
There's
ない
no
わ。
real quota. Just talk to her when you
気が
feel
向い
like
たら
it.
話をするぐらいでいい。ただ月に
But
2回
twice a
程度
month, I
は
want you to
私と
report in
教
your
授
testing
に
to me
テ
and
ス
the
トデータ
professor.
の報告をしてほしいの。
それと
Oh,
申し訳ない
and I'm
けれど
sorry, but we can't pay
報酬
you.
は出せないん
I
だ
want you to keep that in mind when
そ
you
こも
decide.
含めて考えて
That's fine. You're paying me in Kurisu exposure, so I
亡くした友人をそっくりそのまま
Kurisu
再現した AI と
I'm aware
話
that
を
it's
さ
cruel
せ
to
る
ask you to talk to an
それ
AI
は
that's
君
perfectly
にとって
identical to your dead
とて
friend.
も残酷なことだとは理解しているつもり乗り気でないのなら
If you're not interested, feel free to turn us down. Oh, Tile Fleur, welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in. Yes, all is well. All goes great. I've started the a sequel Steins Gate game. How are you today, Taufler? I remembered what it had felt like to talk to Kurisu. When the monitor was just about to turn off. And this is what Kurisu had said. You're good? I'm glad to hear that. Let's talk again sometime, Rentaru Okabe. That's what I had hoped for when I came here, wasn't it?
やります。
I'll do it.
やらせてください。
Please let me do it. I thought I was ready when I accepted the job. But I had never expected this. Is that Amadeus? There was an incoming call on my smartphone. I trembled. There had been quite a few today, and I'd kept ignoring them all. Either it's a call from Suzu or it's the Amadeus. But I felt like I couldn't keep ignoring them forever. It is. I tapped connect, trying to act as normal as I could, so the others in front of me wouldn't notice. Oh, right. Talking to a Kurisu in front of the others who know she's dead and doesn't know what I'm doing. Now is not a good time.
はい。
What do we... If the others see what we're doing, what do we tell them? That she has a twin? Hello.
マキセですけど。
It's Makise. Kurisu is displayed on the screen. Adamzao? Is that how you pronounce it? Welcome in. How are you today? Yes, I am playing Steins Gate. In fact, I am playing Steins Gate 0, to be more precise. Yes, it was Amadeus. The app the professor had given me allowed me access to the servers at Victor Crondia University from anywhere, 24 hours a day. El Sai Kangaroo.
岡部さんから
Actually,
クリスの方へ
that
呼
needs to
び
be
かける
typed.
ことができるのはもちろんだけれど、
Of course, you'll be able to contact Kurisu,
クリスの方からあな
but
たに呼びかけてくる
Kurisu
こと
will
もあ
also
るから
sometimes contact you.
その時は
When that
対応
happens,
して。
talk to her. This I hadn't predicted. I'd never thought she would call me. All the universities mentioned in the game are based on true ones? I would have figured as much. It uses a lot of real world things. I mean, even John Titor is a real thing. At least like the whole, like, his name being on a forum talking about time travel and whatnot, time machines. Yeah, true. A lot of true stuff. Or that her face would be displayed on the screen. Or should I have introduced myself with, "It's Christina"? She looked really mad. I mean, you ignored her 3 times. I could guess why. I'd gotten... Oh, 8 calls. Never mind. I'd gotten 8 calls from Kurisu, and I had ignored them all. Maho and Dr. Leskinen explained things, so I thought I'd call once myself to make a proper introduction, but I didn't expect you to refuse to pick up 8 times. Why aren't you saying anything? Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around was pretty embarrassing. Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but... What's with you? I was sure this was my chance to talk more than usual. I feel like an idiot. Oh, this is too real, bro. It's exactly something she would say. Ahem. Just know that during the test period, I'm always connected with you. Contact me whenever you feel like. I'm busy, so I don't know if I'll always be able to answer your calls. Man, what is this? More than that strangely polite, friendly Kurisu from yesterday. Even the science is real true, although it's theoretical? Yeah. Angry. Stubborn. More curious than anyone. The way she seemed to be constantly challenging you. Anyway, goodbye. Bye. I realized that this really was Kurisu Makise. That was the girl I spent those 3 weeks with. Lab Mem number 004. My assistant, Christina, aka Kurisu Makise. Her movements were a little more jerky than I'd seen on the computer in Dr. Leskinen's office, but evidently that was because of the smartphone. Speaking of which, it does look different. Did he unmodify it or get a new one? Although realistically, it's probably just the art style. They just drew things a little different. This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. How much of it have you played? I've just played the original game, which I played, what, 3 months ago or more? I don't remember when. I might have either finished it in December or January. It was some time ago. And then I took a break to play other visual novels. And now I'm coming back to STEINS Gate, which I'll be playing this every Saturday. Because Thursdays and Saturdays are my visual novel days. And normally I play one visual novel for both days, but I'm going to be playing a long one on Saturdays, this one, and the more shorter ones on Thursday. The whole thing is actually even more of a masterpiece. Everything comes together. Ooh, nice. Yeah, after this, I still need to play My Darling's Embrace, or whatever it was, and then I also need to play the side stories of the other characters. Stein's question mark will be coming out someday. Same for the reboot. Oh. I stood still, holding the smartphone tight. Well, I look forward to that. Oh, Linear Bound. The drama. Yes, the drama
どう
CDs.
したにゃ
Kyouma? I mean, Ocarine, what's wrong, nya?
ああ
Oh,
今行く
I'm coming. Oh, a movie. I thought to myself as I ran to catch up with the others. I've never watched the anime. I still need to. Maybe Dr. Leskinen was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. But even so, in my mind, I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Kurisu. Let me drink some water. Maho Hyajo was remembering. She was remembering the last night she'd spoken to Kurisu Makise in person. I think this is some other narrator. Oh, wait.
冗談じゃないわ
No worries, it's
こん
fine
な
to
大事な
info
時期
dump.
になんで私
As
が
long as it's nothing too afterwards after this. Nothing spoilers just yet. Oh, hydrate again? Alright. I might as well just keep hydrating. Because, yeah, like, I've had plenty of other chatters also enjoy dropping some fun facts about some of the stuff that comes up in the game. How it connects to the real world stuff and whatnot. Seriously, why do I have to do this now, of all times? That night, Kurisu was whispering to herself a lot. I'll use a different voice for this narrator. Victor Crondia University's Brain Science Institute. Maho and Kurisu worked in the same room at the lab. Thus, Maho was forced to hear Kurisu's angry mumblings, whether she wanted to or not. A little was fine, but she'd been acting like this all day, and had been keeping Maho from concentrating. She finally snapped and turned away from the paper she was writing.
ねえちょっとクリス
Hey, Kurisu. English was the language most commonly used at Victor Crondia University. When the other 7 professors were around, she'd always use English, but when it was just her and Kurisu, Maho would often speak in Japanese.
いい加減にしてくれないかしら
Would you stop it?
ああ
What?
何がです
Stop what? Kurisu stopped messing with her luggage and turned around.
うるさくて集中できないのよ
You're so loud that I can't
明
concentrate.
日までに教
I
授
need
に
to
提
turn
出
this
し
paper
ない
in
と
by
いけないんだ
tomorrow.
けど
もしかして私
Was I
独り言言ってま
I'm
した
talking to myself?
騒音郊外で訴えてあげよう
Want
か
me to
し
sue you for violating the local noise ordinance?
すみません
So she likes to say she'll sue people, I see. Sorry. Another weirdo. Kurisu apologized and started to scratch the back of her head. Maho decided to calm down by standing up and going to the shelf where the research notes were kept. There were several books she needed for her paper, but they were all up on the top shelf. Shorty. This must be someone's idea of a prank, she said, as she stared up at a heavy book. She decided to try and reach for it, but no matter how she stood on her toes, she came nowhere close. Like everything in kind of a masterpiece, the first visual novel is the highest rated visual novel, yes. Steins Gate Zero comes a bit under Steins Gate rating-wise. Yeah, a lot of people don't like this one as much as the first one. They definitely say the first is way better. But, like, I'm not that critical. I typically just enjoy anything that I've enjoyed the first time. There's the 8-bit Steins Gate. I actually just found out about that one today because I was trying to get the title, the category in Twitch. And I was going through the categories, and I wasn't finding Zero at first. Yeah, Octet. That one kept coming up, and I'm like, what is that? Does Zero have like a different name or something? Eventually I found Zero, because I looked up Octet and saw that it was a different game. Because sometimes Twitch will put like a Japanese name instead of the English name or something. For like there's like a couple games, like a few games that are like that. And I wasn't finding Zero at first, but somehow it eventually came up. Her tiny little arms seemed to her like dead branches waving in the wind. She bit her lip. After she'd skipped grades to go to college, and then come to work at this lab, she'd had more chances than ever before to hate her small stature. They both have different stories. Yeah, I saw just a little description of the 8-bit, and it did say it had a different story. Whenever she walked outside after dark, the cops would stop her. Even with her ID, she couldn't get into bars, and buying medicine and alcohol at drugstores was a pain. More like an RPG? Ooh, nice. Where was I? The most humiliating part was that no matter where she went, everyone thought she was in middle school. Nobody believed her when she said she was 20. She had it worse than me. I at least looked like a high schooler. Everything in America was just too big.
取りましょうか?
Shall I get that for you? A battleless RPG though? Yeah. I mean, RPGs, really it's just like role-playing game, so it doesn't have to have battles. If anything, that'd be specifically like combat RPGs. Kurisu noticed the troubled Maho was having and came over. But Maho was stubborn and decided to pretend nothing was wrong.
大丈夫よ。別に困ってなんかいないの。
It's fine. I'm not having any problems.
困ってるじゃないですか。
Sure you are.
困ってません。
I'm not.
そうですか?
You're sure?
そうです。
I'm sure.
でも私も
But
借り
there's
て
a
いきたい
book on
本
the
がある
shelf I
ので
want too, so... Uh-huh. Kurisu easily reached up to the highest shelf and grabbed the book Maho wanted.
背が高い人はいいわね。
It must be nice to be tall.
いえ
No,
私もそれほど
I'm
高
not
い
really
ほど
that... Oh. And Kurisu covered her mouth when she realized she'd said something she shouldn't have. A Sanrio collab? Don't think I know what that means. Is that like the what's the name? Like the company. The game company. I forget the word I'm trying to use. But also thank you for the game names. Thanks. That was a big help. If you need something in Japan, tell me. I'll send it.
はい
Okay, yeah, company. That makes...
Arigatou
Oh, the Hello
gozaimasu.
Kitty stuff. I see. They brought a time-betting Hello Kitty to Steins Gate. Or is it Helpo? Well, thank you. Bending. A time-bending Hello Kitty to Steins Gate. Ah, okay. Kurisu handed over the book as she spoke. And then, suddenly, her eyes went wide and began to sparkle.
ねえ先輩
Hey,
今の
Maho,
話ですけど
about what we were just talking about.
今の話ってどの話？
What were we talking about?
独り言
Talking
This
to yourself.
え？
Huh?
を
Oh. Now she's got you there. It looked like Kurisu had come up with a new idea. This was a regular occurrence for Kurisu, and Maho was used to it.
それっ Wouldn't
that be proof of a self
アマデウスの
for Amadeus?
はい。
Did I buy Chaos Headchild? I don't know if I have an ominous code. I do have that. I don't remember if I have Chaos Headchild yet or not. Don't play it. Until you're done with the others? Oh, okay. I was almost tempted to play that one soon, so okay, I guess not. Yes.
確かにあの子がいきなり独り言を言い出
Yeah,
したら
if she started
びっくり
talking
す
to
るけ
herself,
れど
I'd be pretty surprised. I do know that it had connections to the game, some references. I guess it's a real big important reference. No matter how advanced an AI was, it wouldn't talk to itself unless you programmed it to do that. And there was no need, or even a point, to a feature like that. Well, not just references, like there's actual connections. At least, you know, that's what it talks about in the Steam page. If an AI started talking to itself, that might be a good indication that there was a self to talk to. Oh, wait, no. Thought I was at the end of it. No matter how advanced an AI was, it wouldn't talk to itself unless you programmed it to do that. Oh, no, I was at the end of it. I'm getting lost. But Maho hesitated to agree with her.
ここではめったなことを口にするものではないわ
You should watch what you say here.
魂は神が
Don't
人間
forget
に
that there are a
与
lot
え
of
た
people
も
who
ので
think
あ
that
る
a soul is something God gives
そ
to
う考える
humanity.
人たちが多いことを忘れ
そうでしたね。
That's right, isn't it? Kurisu's expression dimmed. Kurisu and Maho were both treated as heretics in the lab. Especially since they were Japanese and women. Of course. And Kurisu was simply too talented. Nobody ever actually did anything, but a lot of the older scientists were definitely avoiding her. Dr. Leskinen was the chief scientist, and the fact that he liked the two of them was all that let them do their research in peace. If the other scientists heard what Kurisu had just said, who knows what they'd do. Maho patted Kurisu on the shoulder.
まあしばらく
Well,
日本で
go
リ
have
フレ
a
ッシュ
good
して
time
く
in
ること
Japan
ね
and refresh yourself.
それが納得いきません。
I'm still not happy about that.
どうして
Why?
向こうの生
I
活だ
think
って
you'll have fun.
楽しいと思うけど
留学するなら大学院ですよ。
If I'm doing an exchange, it should be to a graduate school. Why high school?
仕方ないでしょ
It has to be high school, right? By Japanese standards, you should still be in high school. Oh, thanks for the wiki link.
教授の思いやりは素直に受けておきなさいな
Just accept that the professor is doing something nice for you. Maho remembered what Dr. Leskinen had said. Kurisu has a fragile personality. All the bickering in the lab is putting her under a lot of stress, and she's at her limit. It might ruin her as a researcher. That's what the professor had said. He was really worried about her.
それにもともと7月になれば日本に行かなくちゃい
And
け
you
な
have
か
to
った
go
ん
to
だから
Japan in July
ちょ
anyway,
うどいい
right?
じゃない
So it's perfect timing.
はい。
Yeah,
実はそれ
I'm
も憂
actually
鬱で
kind of down about that too.
秋葉原テクノフォー
The
ラムだ
Akihabara
ったかしら
Techno Forum, was that it?
講演なんて慣れてないし。
I'm still not
何を
used to
どうしてい
giving
いの
lectures.
か。
I don't know what to do.
サイエンス誌に論文が載った以上
Now that you're published in science, expect a lot more of this.
練習して
You
お
need
か
to
ないとね
practice.
やだな。
I'd rather not. Kurisu whispered to herself. Maho didn't like being around lots of other people either. so she knew how Kurisu felt. But there were a lot of scientists who wanted to be published in a major journal, then go on to give public lectures. And she'd beaten out many of them to win that honor. People were jealous. She needed to fulfill their responsibilities, even if just to shut them up. Maybe I'm not that much better, though. Maho silently laughed a little and hated herself for doing it. Maybe I'm just as jealous as they are. That feeling, which was a little like fear, was something that she always felt. A guy remade Rynet? Really? I can imagine that. Because I've seen others have like these weird little mini games that barely give too much information and they get remade for real. Outside the games they came from. I see. The girl in front of her was just that different from Maho. Someone she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Someone who'd surpass everything she'd ever done almost instantly.
Senpai?
Maho. Kurisu was peering into her face, confused. Maho felt flustered. Are you meeting your dad in Japan? She'd heard that Kurisu's parents weren't divorced, but that they were separated. Should have been divorced. Her mom was still in America, and her dad was in Japan. After Maho said it, she'd wondered if that was too personal a question. But Kurisu smiled a little. Actually, I got an invitation from him. Oh, yeah? He's announcing a new theory this summer. I'm thinking of going to see the announcement. A whole guide made for the game by mages or by 5PB. It was made by 5PB. Interesting. A new theory? Kurisu's smile changed into a small expression of, consternation. I haven't heard the details yet. I know it's got something to do with the theory of relativity. So yeah, you can play online. What? Online with this version, but you need a code, so there's Discord for that. For a second there, I thought the width was Switch, and I was confused. Yeah? Maho felt like she was hiding something, but didn't question her anymore. Anyway, take care. I'll be expecting presents. What do you want? Since you're going to Akihabara, why not something rare? You know a lot about Akihabara, right? Huh? Why do you say that? You're always reading those sites during breaks. What? Did Amadeus tell you that? She wouldn't do that. Sometimes I'm right behind you, and you're so busy watching videos that you don't even notice. I can't believe you found out. Damn my carelessness. Thank you for the links, I appreciate it. Kurisu actually seemed upset for once. This really surprised Maho. Maho, please, don't tell the others. I don't think it's really something you need to hide, but... The idea of sharing a secret with Kurisu made Maho happy. Got it. I won't tell anyone. Thanks so much. Kurisu seemed genuinely relieved. Maho continued.
ね
Hey,
え、あなたが日本から戻っ
once
て
you
き
get
たら
back from Japan, let's
ア
find
マ
out
デ
if
ウスの独り
Amadeus
言を
can
つぶ
talk
や
to
けるか
herself.
どうか。
Okay. Kurisu had a very happy look on her face. It was the face of a born scientist who loved to explore the unknown more than anything in the world. Her smile was as innocent as that of a child who'd just been given a new toy. It was very beautiful. And it was one of the reasons that Maho liked the younger researcher quite a lot. But the promise the two of them made would never be fulfilled. Oh, just you wait. In fact, they would never even meet again. It felt like she was thinking about Kurisu more and more since she'd come to Japan. Maho didn't know if it was because she was in Japan or because she was talking with the Amadeus Kurisu more often. Or maybe, was it because she met the young man named Rentaru Okabe?
私の知らないクリスを知っている人。
He knows things about Kurisu that I don't, huh? Thinking back, the first day they'd met, she'd broken down and cried right in front of him. It was something she didn't really want to remember. She chased the memories away out of embarrassment.
さては岡部さんのことを考えていました
You
ね
were thinking of Okabe, weren't you? She's got you there. She snapped her head toward the PC monitor. Maho was in the middle of a conversation with Kurisu.
ええ、そうね。
Yeah, that's right. She shrugged her shoulders and tried to ignore Kurisu's mischievous smile.
不思議だと思わない？
Don't you think it's strange that Dr. Liskinen's got such a high opinion
あ
of
そこま
him?
で買っているなんて。2度しか会ったことのない
He
相手
handed
なの
over
に
your access rights to a
あなた
guy
に
he'd
アク
only
セス
met
権も渡して
twice.
しまったし、あそこまで信用していいのかしら。
Is it really wise to trust him so much? I wonder if Kurisu ever mentioned us to him.
誠実そうな人
Oh,
で
wait,
した
no.
が
That wouldn't have mattered. No, not on this world line. Never mind. He looked like a nice person.
そう？
Yeah?
向
I
上心
can't
が
tell
あ
if
る
he's
のか
got
ないの
any
か。
ambitions or not.
少
I
し
feel like I
つか
don't
み
really
どころがない
understand
人だ
him.
ったわ。
好きなんですか
Do you like him?
あなたね。
Would you cut it out? Maho brought her face close to the monitor and glared. But Kurisu seemed unconcerned.
別に取り繕う必要はない
There's
でし
no
ょ
real need to hide it, is there?
昨日は本人の目の
I
前
can
だったから
understand why you
仕方
didn't
ない
want to
でしょ
say anything yesterday
今
when he was
は
right in front of you.
私たち二人きりです
But now it's just the two of us. Kurisu may not have looked like someone who would. I need to drink water. Kurisu may not have looked like someone who would, but she really enjoyed this sort of gossip. Maybe girl talk was the right word. Maho sighed and sat back in her chair. The creaking sound echoed throughout the empty office.
本当にそんな感情はないわ。
I really don't feel that way
岡
about
部
him.
さんがどんな
I
人
still
な
don't
のか
even
さ
really know who he
まだよく
is.
分かっていないのだから。
なるほどまあ
I
そうでしょう
see.
ね
Well, that makes sense. Kurisu let the matter drop. This bothered Maho a little.
ただ気になるのは
But what does interest me?
何です
What is it?
いえ
No,
なんでもないわ。
it's nothing. Maho had been spending a lot of time thinking about something since yesterday. To the point where she'd even put off her research. What kind of relationship was there between Kurisu and Okabe? What was Kurisu feeling in the days before she died? She would have liked to ask Okabe if she could.
先輩
Maho,
私
Did my
のオリジ
original
ナ
and
ルと
Okabe know each
岡
other?
部さんは 知り合いだったんですか？
Maho shivered. It was as if Kurisu had been reading her mind.
どうしてわかった
How
の？
could you tell?
岡部さんの話や
I
先輩
came
の
to
反
that
応などを
conclusion
聞
after
いて
listening to
判断しま
Okabe
し
and
た。
hearing your response.
状況証拠を積み上げただ
It's
け
all
で
just
す。
circumstantial
証明し
evidence.
ましょうか？
But do you want me to show my proof anyway?
別にいいわ。
It's
あな
fine.
たのことだから
Knowing you, the
干渉
conclusion
の
is
余地もない
perfect.
でしょ。
The way they use words like proof in normal conversation showed that both Maho and Kurisu were scientists at heart.
相手だけが一方的に
If
私
he
との
has
記憶を
memories
持っ
of
てい
me
る
that
の
I
では
don't possess,
対話に齟齬
then
が出
that's
てしま
likely
う
to
可能
cause
性が
problems
高
with
い
our
です。
conversations.
彼と話していく上でどうす
I'll
る
leave
の
it
かあ
up
な
to
たに
you
任
how
せ
to
る。
deal with it.
岡部さんの方から切り出してくるかもし
He
れない
may
し。
bring it up,
なんな
possibly.
らあなたか
And
ら
if
聞い
you
てみて
want,
もいい
you
わ。
can ask him. You can ask him. Maho still didn't know if Okabe would even access Amadeus at all. They weren't forcing him to.
知らないふりをする。
Feigning ignorance is the same as
嘘をついてい
lying,
るのと
isn't
同じ
it?
ことになりますよね。興味深いデータが取れそうな気がします。
I should be able to get some good data, I think. Yes, it was interesting. But that was her opinion, as a researcher working on Amadeus. How would Rintaro Okabe feel about it? Wouldn't this be rubbing salt on the wounds in his heart? Maho realized she was getting much too sentimental.
やっぱり
Maybe
日本に
it's
来たせいな
because
の
I'm
か
in
もしれない
Japan.
わね。
It'd been a week since she'd arrived. The first thing she'd planned to do was offer flowers. But she still couldn't bring herself to visit the Akihabara radio building, the place where Kurisu had died. The sun was setting earlier, now that December had arrived. Katsumi Nakase was surprised by how quickly it's gotten dark while she was out rummaging through the cosplay shops. The wheeled suitcase on the ground next to her felt heavy. She'd done her best to jam everything she'd bought today inside, and it was bursting at the seams. Still, spending a whole day shopping with her cosplay friends was a lot of fun. She felt tired, but it was a good tired. Her footsteps were light as she walked back to the station.
ふぶきちゃん。
Oh, so it's a friend of
しち
Mayuri.
ゃいそうだね。
Kabuki, you look like you're about to start skipping around, don't you?
わかる？
Oh god, a new person? I don't have any more voices. Oh, you can tell?
だって今日はいっぱい買い物できて超楽しかったもん。満足満足。
Is this a bot? Or are you using Daru for your job? Daru might have built it. But yeah, it is a bot. I do love how Frosty's able to know what's going on in the games and what's being said. He even knows things about the games that aren't mentioned in the moment. Because lab members haven't really been mentioned, and he still knows about lab members. It was so much fun doing all that shopping today. I'm so satisfied with what we got.
ふぶきちゃんのおかげでまゆしも楽しくお買い物
Mayushi had a lot of fun shopping too, thanks to Fubuki.
付き合ってくれてありがとう。
Thanks for coming. This bot acts like a human trying to act like the bodiest of bots, yeah. And you actually can add it. You can actually talk to it.
まゆしのためならお茶の子さいさいだって。
I'll do anything for you, Mayushi. Is this the start of that? It might be. Fubuki tried to grab her friend, Mayuri Shiina, for a hug. Mayuri dodged out of the way. Mayuri may have looked like an airhead, but she was actually quite athletic. Fubuki, by the way, was Katsumi Nakase's cosplay name. Katsumi was in her second year of high school. She and Mayuri were the same age, but were total opposites. Katsumi was boyish and athletic, and when she cosplayed as a male character, she attracted more female Kameko than male ones.
これで冬コミマは
I've got
何の
more.
心配もなくなったね。
So that's Yuki then, right? At the right. Now we don't have to worry about Winter Kamima, do we? The four friends had gone to cosplay shops along Yugawa, Maiden's Road, and Tokyo Hands in Ikebukuro, then moved to Akihabara and visited several more. I am losing my mind. It's been almost 4 hours. And these are rough names for me. This was all part of their final preparations for Winter Kamima.
そうは言っても衣装を作るのは
Sure,
ほとんど
but it's
まゆり
Mayuri
ちゃん
doing almost all the work.
あんまり無理しないでね。
Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Mayuri? Kaede sounded a little worried. Her real name was Kaede Kuroshima, and she used her real name as her cosplay pseudonym. She was 3 years older than Katsumi and in college. Kaede was extremely feminine, and her measurements were just like the ones magazine models claimed to have, but she was very shy. People had tried many times to persuade her to enter the pageant at her college, but she'd always refused, saying normal events are kind of scary. But even so, cosplaying at Kamima with the rest of them was something she looked forward to.
だったらこの際だからまゆりちゃんを手伝ってみんなで衣装作りはしない
So, why don't we all help Mayuri and make the outfits together this time? Amayuki proposed. She had very noble, elegant features, but the rest of her was easygoing and laid back. Though Katsumi was a fellow girl, she still thought Amayuki was beautiful. Also, the hair color. The eyes, I can see it. Even her light blue, penetrating eyes lacked the arrogance that beautiful women usually possess. They were filled instead with a friendly light. Oh my god, the laugh. The laugh hasn't even been done, and yet... That's so good. Her real name was Yuki Amane. She was a senior at Meiji University and in the same club as Kaede. She was the oldest of the four. She'd once tried to give up cosplay and focus on job hunting. After just 6 months, she'd given up on work and she'd gone back to costuming. Well, you tried, but he decided to still be Kyouma. That's so funny, though. Since then, she's been spending more time with Katsumi and the others.
そんなお手伝いしてもらうなんて悪いよ
You don't have to help me. Everyone smiled at her, but Mayuri quickly shook her head.
今日だって
You guys paid for more than half the cost of the supplies, right? That's enough to make Mayushi very happy.
私たちの衣装を作ってくれるんだから
You're making our outfits, so we'd feel bad if we didn't pay.
それに私まゆりちゃんみたい
And
に
you know,
素敵
I've
な
always
衣装を
wanted to make
自分
really
でも作って
neat
みたいな
outfits like you do.
ずっと思ってまゆしの衣装ってクオリ
Yep,
ティ
yep.
高いもんね
Mayushi's outfits are always really high
して
quality.
るんだから
I'm super grateful.
ねまゆりちゃんぜひ
You
手
see,
伝わせてほ
we
しい
really
な
want to help, Mayuri. Okay, let's all make them together.
作ろう
Katsumi knew that it made Mayuri really happy when someone praised her cosplay outfits.
で
Oh,
もそれ
but there's actually a favor I want to ask you guys.
まゆしお願い
A favor?
実は
You see... Mayuri told them about an event that had quickly become a mainstay of the Japanese holiday year. I'm not an agent of Saren, what do you mean? No way. I'm just a normal streamer. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what Saren is.
クリスマスパーティーを開くからユキさんも楓さんも吹雪ちゃんも
We're having a Christmas party, so Mayushi was hoping that Yuki and Kaede and Fubuki could all come.
クリスマスパーティーか
A Christmas party, huh?
う
Yeah.
んどうかな
Can you come?
私行きたい
I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. Katsumi's only plan for Christmas Eve was dinner with her family, so she raised her hand instantly. None of her friends at school wanted to do anything that night. She's been a little put out about that, since it meant they all had boyfriends.
私も大丈夫だよ
Right, the light one. I can go too. Kaede also nodded, but Yuki seemed a little hesitant.
私はどうしようかな
I don't know if I should go.
もしかして制約
Do you have any plans?
そりゃユキ
Well,
さんほど
of
の
course a
美
girl
貌
as
の持ち
oh
主
wait
な
no.
らイブ
Well,
の
of
デートに
course a girl
誘
as
ってくる
pretty as
男子
Yuki's
は
gonna have a
山ほ
ton
ど
of
いる
guys
でしょ
asking her out for a Christmas date.
へ
What?
そんなことないよ
That's not true.
そうなのだったら私がほっとき
Really?
ません
Then I'll take you out for myself.
吹雪ちゃんとクリスマスにデートできる
I'd rather go on a Christmas date with you than do anything else in the world, Fubuki. We'll wait until you meet Daru. Aw, I love you, Yuki.
吹雪ちゃんは
I thought you only cared about Mayuri.
マユシーだって
I love Mayushi, and I love you
大
too.
好きだぜ
Katsumi quickly jumped over to Kaede and gave her a big hug. Kaede was soft and smelled good, and enduring this sort of sexual harassment was nothing new for her. If not for Daru and Suza, true. Or Suzuha. Suzu.
それでね
Oh,
ユキさん
and Yuki,
今度マユシーに美味しいキッシュの作り方を
can you show Mayushi how to make a yummy, quiche? Yuki was an excellent chef, and had been teaching Mayuri a lot lately. Both Katsumi and Kaede would also occasionally participate in what they call Yuki Amane's cooking lessons.
いいよ何のキッシュがいい
Sure. What kind of quiche?
ね
Mayushi thinks spinach and mushroom is good.
マッシュルームがハムとトマトとベーコンも美味しいよ
Yeah, that's definitely something he would say. Ham, tomato, and bacon is good too, you know.
想像
Oh,
しただけで
just thinking about it makes me drool.
そっか
Yeah,
迷っちゃう
I'm
の
not
ね
sure.
それじゃあ両方
Okay
教
then,
えて
I'll
あげ
teach you
る
how to make both.
本
Really?
当
That's right.
そうだよね
Everyone would be happier if there were lots of different ones, right?
もしかしてクリスマスパーティー用に
This is for the Christmas party.
そうな
Yep.
のです
There's less than a month
あ
left,
と1
so I want to learn it in
ヶ月
time.
になるけどじゃあ特訓だね
Then we'll have to
いつにす
train
る
extra hard.
明日は
When do you want to do it? Tomorrow?
マユシ
Yeah,
は大丈
Mayushi is okay with that. Katsumi went over to her schedule in her head. Went over her schedule in her head.
夫あー明日か私友
Ah,
達と約
tomorrow,
束が
huh? I'm supposed to meet a friend.
私はバイト
I've got work. Katsumi really wanted to go, so she was pretty disappointed. She would have loved the chance to eat one of Yuki's good quiches. As she thought about the quiche, her stomach began to rumble. It was about time for dinner. Yuki and Mayuri worked out the time and place for their meetup.
場所は私の下宿先だと
The
ちょっ
place
と
I'm-
遠いから
The place I'm staying is a little far from here, so
ラボはどうかな いいよ。
Yeah, that's fine.
頑張って作り方を
I'll work hard and learn the recipe.
楽しいパーティーになるといいね。
I hope it's a fun party.
まゆし、
I'm losing my mind. Make this
サン
stop.
タさんの衣装を作るから。
Yep, Mayushi's gonna make Santa outfits. Will you all wear them?
ゴミ物分の
Wow,
他にさらに
you're making
作る
even
ん
more
だ。
outfits than the ones we need for
気
Kamima?
合入ってるね。
You're really excited about this.
まゆしはやる気満々だよ。
Mayushi is raring to go.
ふむ。
Mayuri posed like she was cheering.
サンタ服なら可愛いミニスカートのや
If
つ
you're
がいい
making
よ。
Santa outfits, I'd like one with a cute
白の
miniskirt.
ニーズに
And
赤
then
い
some
ブー
white
ツ
knee
とか合わ
socks
せて
and red boots.
楓ちゃんはいいけど、
Huh? That would
私
look
そう
good,
いう
good
の
on you,
似合うか
Kaede.
な。
But do you think it would look good on me? Katsumi spoke to Mayuri and Yuki without any confidence in her voice.
本当は可愛い服
I
の
know
方
you
が
like
好
the
き
cute
なくせ
outfits
に。
best. There was nothing Katsumi could say. She was right. It bothered Katsumi a lot that she looked like a boy. And she knew that sort of clothing didn't look right on her. Still, at heart, she was a young girl, and she wanted to wear cute clothes.
任せて任せて。
Leave it to
まゆ
Mayushi!
し、ふぶきちゃん
I'll make clothes that look great on
に
you.
ちゃんと作るから。おお、さすが俺の嫁。
Oh,
結婚
that's my bride. Marry me.
ふぶきちゃん。
You're so silly, Fubuki.
ダルくんみたいなこと言っちゃダメだよ。
Don't talk like Daru does.
あの変態紳士さんと一緒にされ
Getting
るなんて。
compared to that perverted
ショックか
gentleman
も。
kind of hurts.
ちなみに、まゆりちゃんも一緒に着るんだよね。
By the way,
サンタさんの衣
you're
装
going to wear the Santa outfit too, right, Mayuri?
え
Yeah, she never wears her own outfits. What?
じゃなくて、可愛いんだから
Don't what
もっ
me?
とコスしよ
You're
うよ。
cute. You should cosplay more.
でも、まゆ
But
しは
I just make the
作るの
clothes.
専門だから。
I don't wear them.
意義あり。そんなのもったい
Objection.
ないで。
That's a waste.
もう、ふぶきちゃん
Aw,
まで。
not you too, Fubuki.
それに、
And what's more,
岡部さんも
I bet
まゆりちゃ
Okabe
んの
wants to see you in a
素敵
cute
な
cosplay
姿
outfit.
見たいんじゃないかな。
Have no mother?
オカリン
Mayuri made a weird noise as soon as she heard that name.
オカリンさんああ、まゆしーの彼氏ね。
Okarin? Oh, Mayushi's boyfriend, right. Katsumi had met him many times. He was tall, but always looked pale and thin. Whenever he laughed, he seemed kind of sad. But from what Mayuri said, until just half a year ago, he'd been a totally different person. So you've only met this version. She said he was haughty and arrogant, but also kind and a great leader. Mayuri was known to let her emotions influence her judgment, so Katsumi didn't know how much of that description was accurate. Yeah, Frosty is committed to just being Kyouma right now. I respect it. Mayuri started to freak out even more after hearing the word boyfriend.
あのね、
Um,
ふぶきちゃん。
Fubuki, Okarin and Mayushi aren't like that, okay?
そういうのじゃまたまた。
Oh, come on. Yuki and Kaede weren't buying it either. Honestly, Okarin and Mayuri seemed more like an old wedded couple that had been together for years than boyfriend and girlfriend.
本当だよ。
It's true!
だって、
Okarin has somebody else he likes.
他に好き
What? Mayuri sounded totally unconcerned, which made Katsumi even more surprised.
そうなの？
I was expecting a fake Sigma, not swayed by love or something. Nah, he's committed. A true Sigma male. Is that true?
本当に？
Really? Yep. Who could have guessed? It was Yuki, the eldest, who spoke first. Okay, why did the narrator stutter? Who am I as a
なん
narrator
か
right
余
now?
計なこと言っちゃった。
Sorry, should we not have said anything? Nah,
マユシ
Mayushi and Ocarina are childhood friends and get along great, so it's okay.
そう。
I see. Mayuri's smile seemed very sad to Katsumi. She felt the sudden impulse to give her schoolmate a hug. I don't think that's why she's sad. Anyway. Mayuri smiled and walked over to Yuki, as if to blow away the awkwardness.
ねえ、ユキさんは
I've studied with ChatGPT Hououin. So, what about you, Yuki?
私
Huh? Me?
さっきの話。
So are you spending Christmas with your boyfriend?
クリスマスは彼氏さんと過ごすのかな。本当にいないってば。
I really don't have one.
そう？
Really?
みんな誤解してるよ。
You guys have all the wrong idea. I'm not that popular. Between you and me, I've never even had a boyfriend. What? Oh, okay, so I think we're Fubuki. First Mayuri, then Yuki. Katsumi was stunned.
そうなんですか？
Is that true?
そこまで驚かれるなんて。
I didn't think it would be that much of a surprise.
じゃあ、ユキ
Then
さん。
Yuki,
Mayuri
Mayuri started to fidget.
Huh?
Are you gonna talk about Daru?
ダルくんなんてどうかな。
How about Daru, maybe?
星田さん？
Huh? Hashida? Yep.
何を言い出
Wait.
すの、マユシ。
Where's this coming from, Mayushi? Hashida's a perverted gentleman. Why are you saying gentleman? I like that she actually includes gentlemen.
ユキさんがどこかにかけられちゃう。
Who knows what he'll do to Yuki? Have a child with her? The man that Katsumi and Kaede were insulting was Itaru Hashida, a college student and a member of Mayuri's club. He was a hardcore otaku, one of the hybrid types, who said he enjoyed both 2- and 3-dimensional girls. And like Katsumi had said, he was a perverted... Are we back? There we go. Okay, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Let me go back just a little bit. Thankfully, I noticed right away. Since I have the stream in my ear, in an earbud. He would say perverse things all day, without the slightest shame. Whenever you told him he was a pervert, he would say, "No, I'm a perverted gentleman." He was a dangerous guy. He's not that dangerous. I mean, maybe he's dangerous for a reputation, but... But Yuki didn't seem bothered. She actually looked a little sad.
橋田さんはいい人だけど、
Hashida's a nice guy, but you know...
私みたいな子、
I don't
あん
think
ま
he
り
likes
好
girls
きじゃ
like
ないん
me.
だと思う。
What? Mayuri was shocked far above and beyond her usual limit. She was so surprised she let go of her suitcase's handle and let it fall to the ground. And instead of picking it up, she started talking frantically. Don't you talk frantically.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true.
ダル君
Daru's, he really likes you.
さんに
I'm sure of it.
萌え萌え
Mayushi guarantees it.
きっとそうだよ。
I think Mayuri knows something everyone else doesn't. Mayuri the detective.
夏コミまで初めて会った時もそんな感じだったでしょ。
Remember how he acted when we first met him at Summer Kamima? Yuki had met Mayuri 4 months ago at Summer Kamima. Katsumi and Kaede had come wearing outfits Mayuri made. Kaede found Yuki at the convention hall, all by herself, and they met up. Afterward, they'd all gone to a party, where she'd met Mayuri's friend, Itaru Hashida. Katsumi had definitely witnessed Yuki and Itaru having a friendly conversation. Ever since then, Yuki and Mayuri and Daru had become friends, and Yuki had started going to Mayuri's club, the Future Gadget Laboratory. Really? In other words, Yuki and Itaru had been talking ever since Summer Kamima. It's definitely her. But still, Yuki chuckled sadly and shook her head.
見てればわかるよ。
No, I can
な
tell.
んとなく避け
He's
られて
avoiding
る
me.
なって。クリスマスパーティーも
So I'm thinking it's
私は行か
probably
ない
best if
方
I
がいい
don't
ん
go
じ
to the
ゃない
Christmas
かなっ
party.
て思って。
Aww.
橋田さんは
I think Hashida likes girls who are more like...
妹系
Oh,
の女
a
の子
little
がタイ
sister.
プじゃないのかな。
No, he likes them all.
しかもものすごく気が
In
強
fact,
く
he
て
likes
ね。
everything.
お兄ちゃんを尻に敷いちゃうような妹。
And a little sister who's really strong-willed, and who bosses her big brother around. I mean, he definitely likes that.
例えば鈴葉さんみたいな感じ。
Like maybe Suzuha. No, not Suzuha.
それは
That's...
それは
That's... For some reason, Mayuri looked like she was about to cry. She's trying to ensure Suzu exists. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't bring herself to. Her lips were quivering.
まゆりちゃん
Mayuri?
なんでもないのです。
Poor Mayuri. It's nothing. But it certainly didn't look like nothing. Katsumi couldn't bear to watch her anymore. And so she gave in to her impulses.
まゆし、そんな顔しないで。
Mayushi, don't make that face. You look cutest when you smile.
ね、ほらほら。
Come on.
笑わないと
If you don't smile, I'll tickle you.
こちょこちょこちょこちょこちょ。
Tickle, 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 tickle. God. Katsumi snuck behind Mayuri and started to tickle her under her arms. Did you just meow like Faris?
観念した？
You give up? Oh, Fubuki, you're so mean.
まゆし、かわいい。
You're too cute, Mayushi. Oh, here we go. Mayuri was laughing so hard she was crying, and this time, Katsumi succeeded in giving her a hug. Even though they were in public, she started rubbing her cheek against hers.
まゆし、
Mayushi, I like you. I love you. What? Hey, Fubuki!
このまま家に持って帰って
I want to take you home and lick you forever.
それは困るよ
But that would be really bad.
困ってもいいから
I don't care if it's bad. Marry me.
無理だってば
I can't do that. Mayuri tried to run away, but Fubuki grabbed her and started to kiss her all over. That's harassment. Sexual harassment.
なんか疲れた
I'm kind of tired.
それは
That's Mayushi's line.
だよ
In the end, Katsumi kept clinging to Mayuri until they reached the station. She felt a lot better, but catching Mayuri when she tried to escape used up a lot of energy. Either way, now that she was satisfied, why do you remember this? She shuddered and turned back towards Mayuri as an image came into her mind from out of nowhere.
ねえまゆし
Hey, Mayushi.
なーに
What is
ゆ
it?
こみま
Let's cosplay together at Winter Kamima, okay?
この前話したよ
I told you before, right?
ゆこみまは
For
ね
Winter Kamima,
まゆ
Mayushi's
し
just
が
gonna
作
make
る方に
things.
専念しますそれでもいいからさとにかく
That's
ゆこみま
fine.
も
Just
この4人
make
で
sure you
絶
come
対
to
一緒
Winter
に参
Kamima
加しよ
with the three of us, okay?
当たり前だよ
Of course.
そのために
That's what we did all the shopping for,
みんな
right?
で買い物したよねでも約束だよ
Yeah, but still, it's a promise, okay?
約束
How did you even see that? Were you there? Yeah, it's a promise. Mayuri and Yuki split up with them in front of the station, since they were taking a different train.
それじゃあね
Bye bye!
おやすみなさいまゆりちゃん
Good night, Mayuri. Yuki.
またね
Bye.
てる
Doo-doo-roo.
ーバイ
Bye bye. Please, for the love of God, go from 4 to 2, please. I can handle 2 voices at this point. Katsumi stood still and watched the 2 of them until they were out of sight. She felt like she was about to cry and looked up to stop the tears from falling.
バイふぶきちゃん
Fubuki? Huh? Kaede was standing next to her, looking worried.
どうしたの
I'm trying to make it to the end of chapter 1 at least. But the chapters in this game are pretty long, especially when you read them all out. What's wrong?
ごめんなんでもない
I'm sorry. It's
なん
nothing.
でもなくないよ
It's not nothing.
もしかしてまゆりちゃんがどうか
Is there
した
something
の
going on with Mayuri?
お願い話して
Please, tell me. Even after Kaede asked, Katsumi wasn't sure she should tell her. There was no way she'd believe it anyway.
今日のふぶきちゃんいつもよ
You
り
were more
テンショ
hyper
ン
than
高
usual
かった
today. It felt
す
really
ごく
forced.
無理してる感じがしたもの気づいてたんだ
You noticed.
気づくよ
Of course I did. Katsumi and Kaede had known each other for 2 years. Since their ages were so different, they treated each other like an older and younger sister. So at times like this, Kaede was really sharp. Kaede didn't talk much, but that meant she paid a lot of attention to the people around her. Part of it was also that Katsumi wasn't good at hiding things. She just couldn't lie to Kaede, no matter what. She gave up and decided to say it.
マユシがね、
Mayushi. Yeah?
死んじゃうんだ。
She's going to die. What?
何？どういうこと？
What do you mean? Katsumi remembered the nightmares and the things she kept seeing for no matter how much she didn't want to.
夢を見るんだよ。
I have these dreams.
夢？
Dreams?
夏ぐらいからかな。
They started in summer,
毎日
I
毎日
think.
夢の
Every
中で
night,
マユシ
I
が
have
死ん
dreams
で
about Mayushi dying.
その
Each
度
time
に
you and I are
私は
there crying and
楓ちゃん
crying.
は
But there's
泣いて
nothing we can
泣いて
do.
夕べ見た夢なんか
The one I had last night was the worst.
私たちの目の前で
Mayushi just collapses right in front of us. And she stops moving. Alright, the heart attack.
そのマユシをね、
Okarin is screaming and holding her.
悲鳴を大きな声で。
He's screaming so loud.
どうしちゃったんだろう私。
What happened to me?
なんでこんな
Why do
夢
I
ばっ
keep
か
having
り。
these dreams?
落ち着いて、ふぶきちゃん。
Calm down,
多
Fubuki.
分疲れてる
It's
せいよ。
probably just because you are tired.
そうかな。
Is it?
そうなのかな。
Is it really?
だってまゆりちゃん、今日
You
もす
saw
ごく元
Mayuri
気
today.
だったでしょ。
She was fine, right? Kaede gave Katsumi a gentle shoulder hug.
だから大丈夫。
So it's okay.
私やだよ。マ
I
ユシが
don't
死ん
want
だりし
Mayushi
た
to
ら。
die.
そんなことありえないわ。
That's
絶対
impossible.
に
It won't happen.
絶対に
Ever?
絶対よ。
Ever. Okay. Kaede's words made Katsumi calm down a little. She was glad to have an older friend like this.
とにかく気のせいよ。そんな悪いこと
Anyway,
起きる
it's
は
just
ず
your
がないでしょ。
imagination. There's no way something that awful could happen. Her hand squeezed Katsumi's shoulder tightly. Being held like this made Katsumi feel a lot better. Have you had the dreams too?
ごめんね。変なこと言って
Sorry for being weird. Also, I have not been saving. I should save. Otherwise, I'll have to, if something happened, I'd have to speedrun through all this. But that night, she had the nightmares again. So is this your new outfit? Bringing back the orange and blue? Don't want a breakout gal to happen? True. Suzuha Amane was about to run out of patience. The cause was the young man in the room with her, her father. Uh-oh. Itaru Hashida, aka Daru. His massively obese body was leaning forward over a computer monitor, and he had a dopey grin on his face. Oh god. He'd finally gotten up around 11 a.m., gulped down 3 cups of instant ramen, and now was surfing the internet. Yes, this is what your father was like. Sounds like a monkey man right now. What? Wait, normies must die P? And Parthenon are husband and wife? Nobody told me about this. And wait, his handle is normies must die. But he's a normal. He's got a wife. That's not fair. I thought he was on the side of us loners. This means war. It's trolling time. Whoa. TIL? TIL, that Atchan and Tweeter are already pissed off. I missed the boat. I need to go back and look at the timeline again.
父さん
Dad,
はい。
yes? Well, that's what Suzuha called her father. It's who he was, after all, so there was nothing else to call him. Except dummy. Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036, and 7 years from now, he would become her father.
いい加減にしなよ
Stop screwing
一日中
around.
ゴロゴロして
All you ever do is
食べ
lie
るか
around
ネットを
and
見るかゲームをしてるかば
or
っ
look
か
at the
りで
internet, or play video games.
即席麺やお菓子ばかり食
I
べてると
told you that nothing but
体
instant
に
noodles
病
and
変を
snacks will
生じ
make
る
you
って
sick.
警告しても
That's
直そ
not-
うともしない
But that's still all you ever eat. In fact, his PC desk was covered with snacks. She cleaned it regularly, but it never seemed to make a difference.
運動だってしろって言
And
っ
I
てる
keep
のに
telling
全
you
然
to
しない
exercise, but you never do. Suzuha realized she was complaining more than usual, but she had to say it anyway. I need some water.
そんなんじゃ将来
At this rate, in the future... And then she realized that Itaru wasn't even listening to her. His eyes were fixed on the computer monitor. He'd moved his mouse out of sight, but she could still hear him clicking it.
話を聞きなさい
Listen to me! Suzuha approached her father from behind and put the hairspray can she'd been hiding up to his neck. Itaru seemed to think it was a gun. He stuck his hands up. Threats like this worked, despite the fact that if she killed you, she wouldn't exist. They worked because she told him that she survived the Third World War and the wars and chaos of 2036, and that she was ready to draw a gun and pull the trigger whenever she needed to. Okay, but you're her father. She needs you. Suzuha, if you don't stop, Daddy's gonna get mad.
怒られるのは父さんの方
I'm getting mad at you right now.
はい、すみません。
Right. Sorry.
でもさ、
But
僕の秘密の仕
you know
事
about my
知ってる
secret
でしょ
job, right?
あれ
I'm
が
pretty
結
busy
構
with that.
忙しいんだよ。僕ぐらいのハッカーになると
When you're as good a hacker as I
きっと手
am,
余ったです
there are always tons of offers.
食事も適当に済ませざる
I don't have time to eat real food, right?
海外のクライアント相手だと
And there's the
時差も
time difference with overseas
昼夜
clients.
逆転しちゃう
So sometimes I'm like up all night.
未来の父さんもそんなことば
In
っ
the
かり
future,
言
you
って
used to say that
母
all
さ
the
んに叱
time,
られ
and
て
then
た
Mom would always get mad at you.
100歩譲って睡
Even
眠
if,
周期は仕
for
方
the
ない
sake
と
of
し
the
ても
argument, we
こ
can't
れ以
do
上
anything
健
about
康
your
を損ね
sleep
るような
schedule.
食事は許容
I
範囲
can't let
外
you keep eating all this
即刻
unhealthy
中止
food.
すること
You'll stop
いい
immediately. Got it?
だけど仕事
But
もそうだけど
works hard.
タイム
And
マ
so's
シ
the
ン
time machine
研究が
research.
大変なん
I
だ
need to relax.
いや
そうやって言い訳して
You just use that as
す
an
ぐだら
excuse
けよ
to
うとす
slack
る
off.
甘
You're
えてる
being
よ
a spoiled
父さ
brat,
ん
Dad. Suzuha was always amazed that her dad managed to survive the future's wars. But since the time machine research would affect the future, and eventually Suzuha's very presence here, she couldn't tell him to stop. Even after Rentaru Okabe stopped coming to the future gadget lab, Itaru had kept working on the time machine all by himself. Suzuha never said a word about it. If she did, it might create a time paradox.
タイムマシンを作るのに
Just
未来か
remember,
ら来た
you
タイム
can't
マシンを
examine the
精
time
査しちゃ
machine
ダ
that
メだ
came
から
from the
ね
future to build your own. She decided to warn him again.
分かってるよそんなこと
I know that, but sometimes I lose confidence.
自信なくなるんだ
Can
よ
I
ね
really make a time machine?
僕
当然だよしっかり
Of
して
course you can. Hang in there.
はい
Okay. Suzuha took the hairspray can off his neck.
てっきり銃だと思ったら
Hey,
なんという
I was sure that was a gun and it
父
wasn't.
さんを騙す
How
なん
can
て
you trick your own
ひどいよ
dad?
次は本物使うから
I'll
ね
use a real one next time, okay?
それマジ勘弁。
Please don't. Suza put the can of hairspray back on the shelf. It was something Rentaro Okabe had left here when he lived in the lab. It was still here, since its owner never came back for it.
漫画とかゲームだとさ、
You know, in manga and video games, it's always really cute when a girl scolds her dad. Suza, Suza. Can you try to say, ah, geez, don't do that, Papa, in a really sweet voice, if you can? Punch him.
なんでもないでござる。
Never mind. Her dad shrank from Suzaha's glare. Suzaha sighed loudly and dropped herself on the sofa. She leaned back against the headrest and stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes. Oh yeah, that's just steam elements. What's wrong?
ううんなんでも
It's nothing.
隠しても無駄なのだぜ。
You can't hide it from me.
鈴葉の
When you say
何でも
it's
ないって
nothing,
の
that means
話
I
を
want you to
聞い
listen to
て
me,
ほしい
right?
って意味しゅ。
Hello, Mai. Welcome in. Congrats on firsts. Thanks for your daily check-in. Tonight we'll unravel the fabric of reality itself. El Sai Kongru. Huh?
ほら、話してみると
Come
いいよ。
Tell me. Daru sounded very serious. Is he asking about who the mother is? Suzaha's eyes went wide for a moment, but then she realized.
そのセリフこの前プレイしてたギ
That
ャ
line.
ルゲーにあった
That
よ
was in the
ね
girl game you were playing earlier, wasn't it?
Eh?
それでフラグが
Red
成
handed.
立するんだっけ
That's the phrase that triggers the flag, right? She'd been living here for 3 months. She was starting to learn a little about Akihabara's culture, circa 2010.
父さん間違っても
Dad,
私
you
を
better not be
落とそう
thinking about
とか
trying
思
to
わない
take
で
my
ね
route, okay?
ねえよ。実の
I'm
娘
not.
にそんなこと
I wouldn't
し
do
ない
that to my own
って。
daughter. Yes, you would.
本当かな未来の
Really?
父さんはちょっと
I
怪
always
し
wondered
かった
about you in the future.
え
Huh?
私が思春期になって
Even
から
after I hit puberty,
よく
you always
一緒
kept
にお
asking
風呂
me
入
to
ろう
take
って
baths with
誘
you.
われた
Oh
の
no.
何それ怖い。
What? That's scary. Even you think so?
私は軍属だったし
I was in the military and you were always working on the time machine, so we couldn't always be together. But you always got huggy around me.
とにかく
It
ベ
was
タベタし
honestly
てき
kind
た
of
よ
obnoxious.
うっと
Please tell me he was just doting. Her dad looked honestly depressed, and she realized that she'd gone too far.
父さんはさいつも私
You
に
always
言って
said
く
to
れてた
me, you
よ
know,
ここは最低最悪の
this is the
世界
worst
線だ
world
け
line
ど
possible.
私が
But your
誕
birth
生し
was
た
the
ことだ
best
け
thing
は
that
最
could have
高だ
happened.
って私未来の父
I
さ
don't
ん
want
を
to
失
disappoint
望
the
させ
future
たく
you,
ないん
Dad.
だ
So I need to convince
Okay.
Uncle Okarin, no matter
絶
what.
対にオカリンおじさんを説得しなきゃ
大丈夫。失望したり
It's
しない
okay.
って。
I'll never be
絶対に
disappointed.
そうかな
Really?
うん。
Yeah,
けどねおじさんは
but Uncle,
どうしても
he just
話を
won't
聞い
listen
て
to
くれ
me.
ないよこのままじゃおじさんは過去へ行かないマキセ・クリ
He's
スを
not going
救
back to
出
the
し
past
ない
like this. He won't
スタイ
rescue
ンズゲート
Kurisu
にも
Makise,
到達しない
and he won't reach Steins Gate. Steins Gate. That was the name of the mysterious world line her dad had told her about in 2036, where World War III might not occur. Leading Rentaru Okabe to that world line was her mission. But right now, it wasn't going well. Suzuha had come to 2010, and just like the mission had called for, she succeeded in sending Rentaro Okabe to July 28th. But then he'd failed. And he wasn't going to try again. Every time they met, she'd try to convince him. But who knew if her words were having any effect?
結局第三次世界
In
大
the
戦
end,
に
this
世界
world line
線
will
が
converge
収
into
束
the
して
Third World War.
大勢の
and
人
many
たち
people
が
will be
殺戮
killed.
される。
I came here to change that.
それを変えるために
But
私
maybe
は
fate
来た
says
の
that
に
I can't.
何もできない運命。
Suzuha had something else she had to do here in Akihabara in December 2010, besides convincing Rentaro Okabe, and it meant she was running around every day. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll on her. During the war, she'd been able to keep herself sharp at all times, and this level of exhaustion wouldn't have meant anything. The relaxed atmosphere of 2010 was actually making her realize how tired she was. Let me drink some water. She was feeling very sleepy right now, actually. She was surprised at how willing she was to fall asleep in such an undefended position, but she didn't think she could beat the temptation. And then suddenly, she felt something extremely cold on the back of her neck. Dr. P? Water? A true mad scientist only drinks the elixir of chaos, Dr. Pepper. That's funny. She snapped awake in an instant. Her movements after that were lightning quick. She jumped up and slid behind the massive body in front of her, which obviously belonged to Itaru, then grabbed his arm and twisted it as she dropped him to the floor. She went to draw the gun at her hip, and her hand swiped through the empty air. That almost sounds like something Kurisu would say, but it also still fits something Hououin would say. And then she came back to reality. Her gun was hidden. She wasn't carrying it. This wasn't 2036.
いてててててて
Two cans of Dr. P clattered to the floor. That must have been what he'd put on her neck.
何するの父さん。
What are you doing, Dad?
さっきのお返しだ
Getting you back. So I almost killed you.
ええ
What?
そういう訓練受けてきた
I've
んだから
told you, that's how I've
そ
been
れじゃ
trained.
済まないんだって
That could have turned out really badly for you.
わかったから話してください
Fine.
言いたいでご
Just
ざ
let
る
me
のだ
go.
け
This really hurts.
まったくもう
Oh, sheesh. Suzuha let her father go.
いてててて
Itaru rubbed his arm and stood up, then grabbed the cans of Dr. P off the floor. He offered one to Suzuha.
つうかさ諦めんの早すぎだろ
You're giving up too soon.
もうちょっと
Keep
頑
at it a
張
little
ってみるのだぜ多分オカリンは
I
疲れ
think
て
Okarin's
眠って
just
る
tired
だ
and
けだ
sleepy.
から
Put some cold Dr. P up to his neck, just like I did, and he'll wake up.
飛び起きるんじゃね
Oh, you finally did it. You finally got him to be Kurisu. Good job, Zhao.
なんせほらあのオカリン
I
だ
mean,
し
it's Okarin we're talking about.
うん
Yeah. She realized her dad was trying to cheer her up and nodded. You're gonna make Frosty have an identity crisis. Then she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and some slightly off-key humming. Their eyes met. Just the sound was enough to tell them who it was.
隠れろ鈴葉
What? Why? Hide, Suzuha!
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. I did not need to repeat that. Suzuha moved fast. Maybe even faster than when she knocked her father to the ground. She quickly and silently jumped behind the curtain that separated the lab's development room from the rest of it. Just as she hid behind the desk, there was a knock at the door.
Konnichiwa.
Is that Nai? Hello? Suzuha knew that voice, of course. Oh, it was Yuki. It was her mom. She could tell from the noises he was making that her dad was panicking. There was another knock. Mayuri?
Hey.
Right. I'm coming. Itaru went to open the door. Suzuha took a deep breath and concentrated her mind. She remembered the time she spent 3 days and 3 nights on a battlefield with no food and nothing to drink, constantly aiming her rifle at the target. She erased any trace of her presence and could give her away. Her breathing started to become shallow. Dad, don't screw this up, okay?
天音、今日はまゆしと待ち合わせ？
Amaneshi, you're meeting Mayushi today. Itaru came back into the room with the girl.
はい。お料理の特訓をする
Ferris
ことになってい
Nyan
るん
here.
ですけど。
Meowvillis to see you. Did someone say mad scientist? Kyoma's probably off inventing a new Dr. Why the K? Dr. Pepper flavor. Want to join Ferris for some Nyan-tastic cosplay? Oh my god. Yes, we were supposed to practice cooking together. Good job, Zhao. She could hear plastic bags rustling. She must have brought the ingredients.
まゆし来てないんだよね。
Mayushi's not here yet.
そうですか。
I see.
ちょっと
Maybe I'm a
来るの
little too
早かった
early.
かな。
Yuki Amane. Just as the name Amane suggested, she was Suzuha's mother in the future. That was obvious. In other words, the two of them in the other room were supposed to get married.
まあ約束があるなら、その
If you two were supposed to
日
meet,
来るんじゃないかな。
I'm sure she'll get here eventually, right?
待っていてもいいですか？
Can I wait here?
もちろん。
Of
ここ
course.
で料理もするん
You're gonna
で
be
しょ。
cooking here, right?
はい。橋田さんもぜひ
Yes,
味
I
見して
suppose
く
you'll
だ
do
さい
some
ね。
taste testing for us, Hashida?
まゆしのは
I don't know if I want to eat Mayushi's cooking.
大丈夫ですよ。
Don't worry,
まゆりちゃん
Mayuri's gotten a lot
すごく
better
上達して
lately.
るんですから。
Itaru was clearly nervous. As far as Suzuha knew, the only girl he acted that way around was Yuki Amane. Suzuha and Mayuri were practically family, and he got along fine with big sis Rumi, Ferris Nyan, who worked at the maid cafe next door. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to act around girls. But for some reason, he always acted different when she was around. She's the one. Vertically challenged genius? That's hilarious. She told him that Yuki would be his wife someday. Why did you tell him that? It was too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was a mistake, she thought. I think it was.
今日は妹さんは
Is your
お留
sister
守
not
です
here
か？
today?
あ、うん。
So we're saying she's his sister? Huh? Yeah.
そうですか。
I see. Itaru Hashida's sister was none other than Suzuha herself. Around the same time Suzuha had started spending all her time in the lab, Yuki had become friends with Mayuri and Itaru, and began visiting more frequently. Which meant that avoiding her was almost impossible. And so she was forced to tell Yuki that she was Itaru's little sister. But still, she wanted to keep contact to a minimum in order to keep Yuki from finding out somehow. That was why she was hiding.
そうそう
Oh,
どう
right.
ですこの
What do you think
服
of this outfit?
この前買ったん
I
です
just
け
brought
ど
it, but I just bought it. Oh, she gave him a little twirl. She likes him. Yuki showed no signs of noticing Suzuha. She was twirling around in the center of the room, as if she was at a fashion show. Yuki was a cosplayer and wanted as many people as possible to see her dressed up. Mayuri had told Suzuha that once before. In fact, Yuki and Mayuri spent a lot of time complimenting each other's outfits.
うんいいよすごくいい
Yep, it's great. Really great.
本当ですか
Really?
うはー天使来
It's
た
like,
これ
whoa,
って感
an
じ
angel for the win.
ありがとうございます
Thank you.
橋田さんもおしゃれ
You
し
should
ま
dress
しょ
up
う
too,
よ
Hashida.
ちょっとだけ痩せれば
Just lose a
結構
tiny bit of
素敵
weight,
だと思うな
and I think you'd look wonderful.
はははは
私本気ですよ
I'm serious, you know?
おお
Oh. Itaro Hishida and Yuki Amane. As she listened to their awkward conversation, Suzuha remembered the last time she'd said goodbye to her dad. Okay, on that note, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick.
父さん治安部隊が万世橋まで来てる
Be right back. Alright, I am back. I'll hydrate, thank you. Yes, that's fine. Also, I'm still trying to finish this, it looks like. Hopefully it finishes soon. Thank you, Saucy. Dad, the peacekeeping squads have reached Manseibashi?
ということは、ここが発見されるのも
Which means it's only a matter of
時間
time
の問題
until they find it.
かな。あらか
Find
じめ
this
流
place.
しておいた偽の情
I guess the
報
false information I leaked didn't do us any good.
急ごう。
Let's hurry.
おう、
Yeah.
開けるぞ。
I'm opening it up. Oh, this place.
すごい。こんなところ
Wow,
に扉が
I
あ
had
った
no
なん
idea there was
て
a door here.
これ
Nobody will
な
ever
ら
find this, huh?
誰にも見
そう、中へ。
Come on inside.
ここって
What is this place? Who are you? The room was almost totally empty and covered from top to bottom in soundproofing materials. Wait, so he is still overweight. Oh wait, maybe it was the other one. The other Suzu couldn't recognize him, so maybe he wasn't overweight in that one? Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door in the hallway. To the hallway. The building they were in was once a symbol of old Akihabara, before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of the Third World War. Only a few people knew about the secret room inside it. The biggest reason was its secret. The silhouette of what looked like a satellite sitting in the corner.
これ
Oh, this is the time machine, isn't it?
これがタイムマシン
So going forward, she just wears that outfit forever now? This is the time machine?
かがり危ないからあんま
Kagari,
り近づく
it's
な
dangerous, so don't get too close. Kagari? Suzuha spoke to the little girl clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this era had skin inflammations somewhere on their body from all the radioactive rain, but she didn't. Her name was Kagari Shiina. Her registration form said that she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who'd lost her parents in the Tokyo air raids when she was a baby, and nobody even knew her birthday. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. She took it from the word Kagaribi, meaning bonfire, and hoped that she could be a light even in these dark days. Kagaribi. Ribi? It had been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her, and her name on the registration form had become Kagari Shiina.
綺麗だねママ
It's pretty, Mommy.
そうね
Yeah, it is. Suzuha motioned for the Shiinas to step back and put her right hand and right eye up to the time machine sensor. I hate saying her last name. The biometrics checked, cleared, and the hatch slid open. Oh, goodbye, Zhao. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat.
これほど長時間の友人ジャンプは初
Oh,
め
it's
てだ
almost
が
5 hours? How long
技
is...
術的には全く
There's no
問題
way.
ない
I must be in another
これま
chapter.
でのテストジャンプ通りやればいいからな。
I guess it's because there was that little prologue, I guess. We've never done a man jump of this length before. But the technology is just fine. Just do it like the test jumps.
オーキードーキー
Suzuha began to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day. The faint rumble from the machine began to get louder.
データによれば
According to the data, the spot we're in now was the roof of the old radio building. There's a gap of about a meter. So when you land, there's going to be an impact.
了解
Roger. The time machine could move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, she needed to launch from right here.
トラブルが起きても冷静にな。
Even if something
トレー
happens,
ニン
stay
グを思
calm.
い出せばいい。
Remember your training.
大丈夫だよ
I'll
私
be
は父さん
fine.
のマシンを
I
信
believe
じ
in
て
your
る
machine, Dad. Her words must have meant a lot to him, because he stuck out his lips towards her. She squished them back with her hand.
気持ち悪い
That's
悲しい
creepy.
な。鈴葉は父さ
That
んが
makes me
嫌い
sad. Do you not like your daddy, Suzuha?
父さんがやるとなんか下
When you do
心
it,
があるみ
it
たいだ
seems
か
like you
ら
mean something else. He probably does.
いくらなんでも娘相手に下
Come
心
on.
なんてね
I
え。
wouldn't think of my own daughter that way.
最近母さんに似てきたハスハス
So who was it who was saying you're starting to remind me of your mother? Pant, pant. Yikes. Her mother wasn't here. She'd become a victim of the war, brutally killed by the peacekeeping squads.
冗談を真に受けないでくれたまえ。
Don't take my joke seriously, please.
なんだ冗談だった
What?
の
It was a joke? Is he like Rintaro? Playing out a fake personality all the time? Suzuha's voice sounded kind of disappointed. She set the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there.
これでよしそれじゃあ父さん
That does it. Okay,
マユ
Dad.
姉さん
Mayu. She was about to say her goodbyes. But then... Oh, no. Time to go.
屋上からだ。突入してくるぞ
That。was from the roof. They're coming in.
思ったより早い
Damn it! They're faster than I thought. Suzuha drew her gun from her holster. She was about to get out of the time machine, but her dad stopped her.
ダメだ。さっ
No,
さと飛べ。
just go.
でも父さんたちが
But you'll...
俺たちのことはいい。
We'll be fine. Just go, Suzuha.
そんなだって
No, I can't.
マユシ、係長。
Mayushi, get Kagari in there. What?
このマシンにはもう一人乗れ
There's
る。
room for another person in here. Mayuri and Suzuha's father picked up the stunned Kagari and stuffed her into the time machine.
すずちゃん係をお願い
Suzu, take care of Kagari!
わかった
Okay. If Suzuha's mission succeeded, the worldline would be rebuilt. And it was likely that the present Kagari would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her. But even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzuha's mom was too.
ママ
Mommy? Kagari finally seemed to understand what was going on. She called out to her mom.
やだよ
No, I don't want to go.
大丈夫だよ係ちゃん
It's okay, Kagari. Suzu's with you, okay?
ダメママも一緒
No,
じゃなきゃ
I want to go with you.
過去へ行けば
If
昔
you
の
go
マ
to the
マがい
past,
るよ
you'll see the old me. I'll be a lot younger than I am now. I bet you'll be surprised. Well, she became smarter.
びっくりするだろうな
I mean, she's smart in her own way, but she seems to become even smarter. Mayuri handed Kagari a tiny keychain. It looked old, but it may have been a brightly colored green once. But now it was completely faded. Oh, that
ママ
thing.
がずっと大切にしてきた
This is
ウーパの
Mommy's
キーホ
Upa
ルダーだ
keychain.
よ
I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay?
大事にしてね
Once it was pressed firmly into Kagari's hand, she stepped back. Mayuri was smiling, but weeping at the same time. No! I don't want to go! I want to stay with you, Mommy! 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 No. Kagari, be quiet! Kagari fell silent immediately. Even Suzuha had never heard Mayuri use that tone of voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter. Kagari was quietly weeping, unmoving.
閉めるぞ。
I'm closing the hatch. This time, the hatch really did begin to close. The inside of the machine and the outside of it. The two worlds were about to be completely cut off from one another. Whether Suzuha's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see any of them again. Not in this form, anyway. Suzu, make sure you take care of Kagari. And tell Ocarine that Steins Gate really exists.
絶対に諦めるな。大バカ
Tell
野郎
him, don't give up no matter what, you moron. Is this the one where he gave up? And then the door was sealed shut, and Mayuri and Itaro's voices disappeared along with the chaos outside. Dad, I love you. She whispered towards the door, now sealed shut. Let's go, Kagari. To the past. She booted up the time machine. Hashida, where's the vacuum? Suzuha snapped back to reality. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in.
そのカーテンの
It's right behind that curtain.
危ない
Oh, crap! Behind the curtain?
あー僕が持ってくるよ。
I'll get it. Itaro motioned for her to stop, and then quickly slid into the room. As he reached down to pick the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha's as she hid under the desk. Make sure she doesn't find out, Dad.
オキドキ。
Did you find the vacuum?
あ、うんうん。
Oh, yes. Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice by cleaning up. The place was pretty messy right now. Knowing Yuki's personality, Suzuha could imagine she'd want to clean it. Itaru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left the development room. What is that thing?
未来ガジェット5号機。
Future gadget number
分解
5.
すれば普通の
If
掃
you
除
take
機
it
とし
apart,
て使える
you
は
can
ず。
use it as a normal vacuum. A vacuum's supposed to clean. If you take it apart, won't that just make more of a mess?
あう
She's got you there. You're so smart, Hashida. But sometimes you can be so silly.
そうかな。
You think so? But you know, I like people like that.
なんだと。
What did you say? Itaru started to panic again, and Suzuha sighed. But I think you really do need to reconsider the way you live. You should clean every day if you can. This place gets really dusty. And that's not all. There's also what you eat. You had instant ramen again today, didn't you?
なんで知ってるん？
How did you know?
お台所に食べ残
There
し
was
た
a
まま
half-eaten
放置
cup
さ
of
れて
ramen
ま
in the
す。
kitchen.
なるほど。
I see.
それにお菓子も
And
こん
look
な
at
に
all
たく
these
さん。
snacks.
食べ
I
過
tell
ぎ
you
だ
all
って
the
いつも
time that
言
you
ってる
eat too
のに。
much. Are we sure they're not already married?
一応気をつけてはいるので。
I do try to watch it, you know.
一応じゃダメです。
Trying isn't good enough. If you keep eating nothing but cup noodles and snacks, you're gonna get sick, okay?
少しは運動
Also,
す
you
る
need
こ
to
と。
exercise a little.
うん。
They really do sound alike. Yuki Amane was saying the exact same thing that Suzuha just said. Perhaps they really were mother and child. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor approaching. Duru? The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she'd heard many times before resounded throughout the room.
ごめんね、ゆきさん。
Sorry,
ちょっ
Yuki.
と遅れちゃ
I'm a little late. It was Mayuri coming to see Yuki. But there was another presence there too.
まゆりちゃん、こんにちは。
Hi there, Mayuri.
岡部さんも一緒だったんですね。
Oh, it is Okabe. I see Okabe's with you.
お、オカリン、久しぶりじゃん。
Okarin! It's been forever, man.
ああ、
Oh,
久しぶり。
yeah, it has. When she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little.
興味深いわね。
How long is this going to keep going? I think I gotta stop here. I don't know how close I am. I think I'm gonna have to call it here. So we're past 5 hours and I have to play another game. So I think I'll call it there for this game. And for YouTube streams, since they are archived, I prefer to do them as one game, as episodes. So I will have to temporarily end the YouTube stream, ready up the information for the next game, and then start up the next YouTube stream. Twitch, I can just keep going. So we'll save there. We will quit. So for YouTube, I mean, I'm going to stop anyway, but I might as well have a outro for the archive stream. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with me. I'm enjoying this game so far. And it's interesting to see this alternative timeline and meet these new characters. So I look forward to playing more of this. So I hope you all have a good day, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone. And let me get out of the game. And then end this one. Bye-bye, YouTube. Be back in like 5 or more minutes.